Good morning. Call the March 31st, 2026 meeting of the Marine Resources Commission to order. All regular business will be heard. If you would, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Associate Commissioner Bransom, followed by invocation to be led by Associate Commissioner Erskine.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for giving us this day and the opportunity to meet here at Virginia Marine Resource Commission. Allow us the ability and wisdom to responsibly discuss these issues and render decisions best to our ability. For this we pray, amen.
Please be seated. First, approval of the agenda. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff to the current agenda? Chief Owen, please approach.
Commissioner, members of the commission, good morning. Items 6 and 7 will need to be removed from the agenda. The City of Virginia Beach contacted us late Friday afternoon asking to have their request removed from the agenda. They did not provide any rationale. And on item 7, James Mishler, we need to run a public notice in the newspaper that got passed us. We need to get that, secure the public interest review before we bring it back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Chief Kenyon.
As well as I would request that item number 15 get removed from your agenda. That's the license status request. Ms. Hume did reach out yesterday and indicated she could not attend this meeting and would like to attend in April.
All right, thank you, Chief. Anything else? All right, so we are going to remove from the agenda items 6, 7, and 15. I need a motion to approve the modified agenda.
Move to approve modified agenda.
Branson, a second.
Second.
Second, Mr. Headley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we have approved agenda. Minutes. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff for the February 24th, 2026 commission meeting minutes? Seeing none, I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
And second?
And a second by Mr.
Second.
Branson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Sir, one abstention.
I have an exemption from Associate Commissioner Erskine. Thank you, sir. So noted. All right, at this time, I will swear in the VMRC staff and VIM staff that would be speaking or presenting testimony during the meeting. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, or help you God? Thank you. Are there any consent agenda items today? I see none. Counselor, is there a need for a closed meeting?
No, sir.
All right, no need for a closed meeting. For the benefit of the public in attendance, I would like to remind everyone presenting evidence today to the commission on any of the hearings that if you do present any physical evidence today, becomes the property of the commission, because all decisions here, public hearings, are appealable in court. So if you do present physical evidence today, it will have to be surrendered to the commission. So please keep that in mind. Public comment. Anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, please come forward. Not on the agenda. Seeing none. Mr. Branson, I believe you had an item you did want to bring up on this
Yes,
topic?
Commissioner. I would like to entertain an issue that was before the FinFish in August and briefly mentioned at the March FinFish Advisory Committee regarding establishing tarpon regulations for Virginia. We currently don't have any tarpon regulations, but we do have a tarpon fishery. And I would like to request in motion that the commission advertise for a May meeting to establish tarpon regulations for Virginia for recreational and commercial fishing.
Any other discussion? Do I have a second for the motion from Associate Member Ransom?
Second.
A second, Mr. Headley. Any further discussion of the board?
Is any research or studies or something that'll accompany that, or, because, I mean, I'm not prepared to make any kind
Well,
of vote on something.
This is a request to have a public hearing, and I know that we discussed this back in August at the FinFish, and the staff is, Chief Kenyon can talk to it briefly about what the staff's doing to reach out, but it's a very niche, limited fishery in Virginia in the summer months, and it's getting more popularity, and there are no regulations of any kind for tarpon right now. And so establishing some degree of regulation to guide our fishery could only protect it. There is no commercial harvest or benefit to tarpon fishery, and there's no recreational harvest other than to kill them for a state weight citation. They don't eat well, and they certainly don't sell well, so, you know, it's simply a catch and release fishery, basically. So I'm asking for a public hearing to allow staff the time, 2 months roughly, to come up with the proposed regulations and for us to consider it in May.
Okay, so this would be a proposal for the May commission meeting.
An agenda item on the May commission meeting for a June 1st establishment of regulation.
Any other further discussion? Mr. Erskine?
I just have a question, maybe it's for Chief Kenyon, but is that enough time to develop what Associate Commissioner Bransom's suggesting, that regulations may be developed, and does that give enough time?
So as far as a timeline to publicly advertise, yes, it gives us enough time to make sure we go all through everything legally. Whether it's enough time to develop, it would be something that we want to gather information. This isn't something that staff has heard a lot of clamoring for, a couple comments here and there. It hasn't been brought for a discussion in front of the FinFish Management Advisory Committee yet, which is usually the first step in advising what these rules and regulations would look like. Have received some emails with some suggestions, but this isn't something that's been brought in front of the advisory committee. A 2-month window would be tight to go through our regulatory review with our law enforcement as well as make sure we have all the legal advertisements in place. So yes, that timeline is doable, but it is also a very tight timeline to get all that accomplished as well.
Okay. As a follow-up, sir?
Please.
Focus on my colleague. Is there a reason for the May hearing versus
Well,
maybe
the
a June?
season probably, I don't know when, it's some question for staff of when the fish begin to show up, but I believe June is when they start to show up. This was brought up and discussed quite a bit in August of last year at the FinFish. And it was supposed to be an agenda item in March, but due to the constraints of what we had to deal with in the time, it didn't come up, although it was briefly mentioned by one representative. They say, hey, we were supposed to talk about this, and we didn't. So.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of holding a public hearing in May on tarpon regulations for recreational fishing? Is this recreational only? Obviously, there shouldn't be a commercial for this.
Well, it would be a commercial no harvest.
Commercial harvest. All right. We'll call the question. All in favor of holding a public hearing in May for tarpon, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. It'll be on the May agenda. All right, seeing nothing from the board. Agenda item number 5, permits, projects over $500,000 with no objections and with staff recommendations for approval. Deputy Chief, good to see you this morning.
Good morning, members of the commission. We have 2 page 2 items for your consideration this morning. And as a reminder, these page 2 items are projects where the proposed impacts to state-owned submerged lands exceed $1 million. They have been subjected to a public and an agency interest review with no protest received, and staff is recommending approval of the projects. And I will read both briefly into the record. Project 2A, Virginia American Water, is requesting authorization to install a new 40 million gallon per day intake structure located at their existing surface water withdrawal facility downstream of the Route 10 bridge on the Appomattox River at 915 Riverside Drive. This will provide a reliable public water supply for the city of Hopewell. Staff is recommending approval of the project with the following special conditions and royalties. The first one is a time of year restriction for pile driving activities from February 15 to June 30th of any year to protect spawning anadromous fish. Second condition is all in-stream construction activities will be located and confined within turbidity curtains. Steel pile installations will require the use of bubble curtains, cushion blocks, and ramp-up procedures to protect native fish populations. Now, this royalty assessment, we need to make a couple of changes here. This should not upset the applicant as everything's being reduced slightly, but I do want to be careful and read this slowly into the record. So the royalty assessment, part of the royalty assessment will be $1,995 for the encroachment of the pipelines over 665 linear feet of state-owned subaqueous bottom at a rate of $3 per linear foot. So we're changing 2,055 to 1,995. The next portion is an encroachment royalty of $600 for the intake structures installed over 300 square feet of state-owned subaqueous bottom at a rate of $2 per square foot. So 1,500 is becoming 600, and it's $2 per square foot. And then finally, a dredging royalty of $1,466.40 for the removal of 2,444 cubic yards of state-owned bottom at a rate of 60 cents per cubic yard. And the total royalty now is $4,061.40. Then the last condition is that the permittee agrees to remove the previously existing water intake structures. There are two there now, immediately after the new intake is installed and operational. That's item 2A. Item 2B, the City of Newport News is requesting authorization to mechanically dredge up to 4,057 cubic yards of state-owned submerged lands to maintain depths of -9 feet mean low water in the Leeward Marina boat channel connecting to the James River, with the dredge material being taken to Craney Island. And this project also requires a subaqueous permit. We are available to answer any questions if there are any. And that's it for page 2 projects.
All right, thank you. Short and sweet one this meeting. Any questions for Deputy Chief?
Is the first part of that the same as number 9 on our list? Appomattox?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You had a two-part there. The first part was about water withdrawal from the Appomattox River. Is that the same as number 9 on our agenda?
No, sir. No, sir. They're separate projects.
Pardon?
They're separate projects.
Separate project, okay.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Need a
Motion to approve page 2 items 2A and 2B.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Erskine.
Second.
Mr. Bransom. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. That should take us to, I believe, item number 8. Dockside Condo Owners Association, notice to comply, 25-05, VMRC 24-1044. Mr. Johnson,
Good morning, Commissioner Grist, Associate Commissioners.
morning, good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Walk us through it.
All right, my name's Mike Johnson. I'm the engineer covering Gloucester County. Today we have a violation that we're going to be covering. And specifically, this is a commission consideration of the Dockside Condo Owners Association and their contractor, Mr. Charles Duke of Waterfront Development Corporation, for failure to comply with the commission's September 5th, 2025 directive to remove unauthorized boat slips, finger piers, mooring pilings, floating docks, kayak launch, decking, and float-on boat lifts constructed in excess of VMRC permit number 24-1044 authorization, adjacent to property at the terminus of Sunset Drive in Gloucester County. The project is located in Gloucester Point, Yorktown on the south side of the Coleman Bridge. Sarah's Creek is located just to the east of that, and this is in the northwestern branch of Sarah's Creek, marked by the red star. This is the this is the condominium association's private pier facility. They have 3 docks listed, 3 docks there, Dock A, Dock B, and Dock D. These structures were permitted to be replaced at your August 2024 meeting as a page 2 item. In June 9th, 2025, the agent contractor, Mr. Duke, sent us an email saying that the construction had been completed, and he also sent us as-built drawings for the constructed piers. He was asking for concurrence that the piers were compliant with the VMRC permit. After review, staff was unable to interpret those drawings, and we scheduled a site visit with Mr. Duke and the president of the Homeowners Association. And during that site visit on August 27th, 2025, staff determined that the community use piers were not in compliance with the permit. We therefore issued a sworn complaint and notice to comply, and that notice to comply was sent to the agent contractor and the president of the Homeowners Association. I'll go over that notice to comply later in the presentation. Briefly, the dockside condominiums violation consists of, they were permitted for 82 slips and 91 were constructed. They were permitted for 38,072 square feet of subaqueous encroachment. However, after taking all the appropriate measurements, it was calculated to be at 42,732 square feet. This is an additional 4,660 square feet of encroachment over state-owned subaqueous lands. There were 3 floating docks installed on B dock that were not included in the permit drawings, and there were also 6 float-on jet ski boat docks that were installed in slips without the proper authorization. So I'm going to break this down into the 3 docks. I realize there's a lot of information getting ready to come your way, so please feel free to ask questions. The first dock is Dock A, and I've kind of circled the area here in red where we have the inconsistencies with the permit. These are the plan view drawings that were submitted as part of and they were part of the permit. They were authorized for 4 slips on the landward side of the pier, and I apologize, I put this upside down, you'll see why in a minute. But there were 4 slips proposed to be installed here, and then 3 on the side of the dock here. Because the drawings of the as-built were illegible, I had to go and create my own drawings to try and help you understand exactly what the inconsistencies were with the permit. Again, they were authorized for 4 slips along this side of the pier. Instead, what they've done is they went and installed 14 slips perpendicular to the pier with associated mooring pilings offshore here that were not part of the application or permit. They did apply for those 3 slips on the side that I showed here, but those were not constructed. So basically, on this pier, we had 21 slips permitted, but 28 were built. This is a ground shot of the existing pier before construction back in 2024. This is the constructed pier now. Again, you can see no slips were constructed on this side, and all the piers are perpendicular to the pier here, and there are 14 of them, not 4. The next dock is Dock B. Again, I've circled the area of interest here in red. You can see actually some of the construction has already gone on in terms of one of the floating docks being installed. For the permit plans, they were authorized for 30 slips, and they still constructed 30 slips here. However, one of the slips was moved from this side of the pier to this side of the pier, and then instead of a 12-foot by 50-foot floating dock, they installed 3 different floating docks, a 36 by 16 foot, a 12-foot by 12 foot, and then a 6-foot by 14-foot kayak. So this resulted in an increase of encroachment from 600 square feet to 804 square feet. This was the dock existing before construction. You can see the 12-foot by 50-foot floating dock they were going to bring around to the other side. And here's a little better shot of that 12-foot by 50-foot floating dock. And this is what's constructed now. You can see the floating dock here, the second one behind here, and then the kayak launch right there. And now we move on to Dock D. In this situation, again, the inconsistency is circled in red. And what we had here was they were permitted for 31 slips, but they built 33. And that area of inconsistency, again, circled in red. And what they basically did was they were permitted for 208 feet along this T-head. They built 232 square feet and installed 2 extra slips. So they built 33 slips when they were permitted for only 31 on this dock. This is the pier as it existed before construction. Still before construction. And now this is after construction. So this is a copy of the notice to comply that was sent to you, that was sent to the agent contractor and to the president of the HOA. This notice to comply is in your packets, as well as the sworn complaint from staff. When I visited the site 2 weeks ago, everything was still there. Nothing had been changed, and they had been ordered to remove the unauthorized structures by October 5th of last year. Since this notice to comply is part of our staff recommendation, I'll briefly cover the bullet points. For number 1, all unauthorized boat slips, finger piers, and associated mooring piles on A and D docks should be removed. The 4 permitted slips and associated mooring piles on the landward side of A dock should have been reoriented to match permit drawings. The unauthorized boat slip, floating platforms, mooring piles, and kayak launch on B dock should have been removed. All unauthorized float-on docks and vessel, jet ski, kayaks for vessels, jet skis, and kayaks should have been removed from their associated slips. And the T-head on dock D should have been reduced to its permitted length of 208 feet. Again, none of this work has been done. The site is in violation, and that's what you're considering today. As staff summary recommendation, at issue is the fact that 9 additional slips and multiple other structures have been installed, which resulted in an encroachment increase of 4,660 square feet beyond what was authorized by this commission. As such, it is staff's recommendation that the applicant be ordered to conform to the September 5th, 2025 VMRC notice to comply within 30 days of this hearing. Staff additionally recommends that the authorized agent contractor, Mr. Duke, be assessed a civil charge in the amount of $10,000 for the permit violations based upon a major degree of permit noncompliance and significant environmental impact for the civil charge matrix previously adopted by the commission, which should be in your agenda packets. Staff also recommends that the contractor be referred to the Virginia Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation for construction activities undertaken without the necessary permits. While the applicant is complicit in the violation, Dockside Condo Owners Association indicated they were confused due to miscommunication with Mr. Duke regarding the final design of the permitted structures. Because of this confusion, staff is recommending a reduced civil charge of $5,000 to Dockside Condo Owners Association, given their failure to adhere to the VMRC notice to comply. Should either party not consent to the assessment of the respective civil charges for their role in this violation, staff recommends that the commission refer the matter to the OAG's office to pursue the appropriate civil penalties pursuant to 28.2.12.13 of the Code of Virginia. Additionally, should the applicant fail to undertake the corrective measures identified in the notice to comply by April 30th, 2026, staff recommends that the OAG be directed to seek removal in the local circuit court and seek an additional $1,000 civil penalty per day from the Dockside Condo Owners Association for each day that the unauthorized structures remain over state-owned subaqueous bottom beginning April 1st, 2026. I am sure you have lots of questions, and I'll be glad to try and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, any questions, Mr. Branson?
Brad, excuse me, Brad, thank you very much. This is tough to follow because it seems that things have gone off the rails in so many different directions. First off, did the applicant, the condominium homeowner association, give you any reason? You said they were confused during the build process.
So apparently, in conversations with Peyton, there were multiple drawings that were being generated trying to make sure they had enough slips for all the condo owners in the facility, and 82 wasn't the correct number. It should have been 91. So I think everything stems from that in terms of the way they were trying to orient slips and everything like that to get everybody's slips in there. And then I think probably what happened with the 12-foot by 50-foot floating dock, they found it was probably not in very good shape. So they wanted to put something else out there to store their kayaks on and then also install a kayak launch.
But that wasn't even in the permit.
That wasn't even in the permit.
Okay.
So unfortunately, I think, you know, because there were multiple versions of what was floating around and something wasn't submitted to VMRC, didn't make it in, nobody on their end caught that the changes weren't made, didn't read permits. They should have had permits on site. You know, should have been following the agent, this was the contractor as well, should have been aware that he, you know, what he was trying to change and didn't follow through on making sure that the permit was correct before he started construction.
Now, we've, in the 4 years I've been sitting up here, I've heard a lot of these habitat and permitting cases. In fact, it's the great majority of what we do. And sometimes contractors get a little bit off track, but this one is so far off the rails in terms of what they were permitted to build and what they actually built. And then beyond what they were permitted to build, miscommunication of a few feet on a dock or one extra slip or an extra piling or something is one thing. This is a lot. So let me ask you this, have you had many dealings in the past with the contractor?
Mr. Duke, yeah, he submits applications
Okay.
fairly regularly in Gloucester County.
An
Mostly.
experienced marine construction, okay. And does he have any past history of violating permit and habitating processes or regulations? Has he been here before?
I don't think he's been here in front of the commission before. I'm looking to Randy to make sure. He has not been here before. We did flag him a few months ago for installing a floating dock with a shed on it, but he has removed that.
Okay. Right, that's what you would generally like to see, is if there's a
Compliance.
minor
Yeah.
compliance issue, that it gets fixed and then
He
move
complied
on.
with our order.
Did you give him an opportunity during this specific issue to rectify any of this? You gave him a notice to comply, but here we are today.
Yeah, we would, if they'd asked for this, unless something came up in the public interest review, I can't see why we wouldn't have permitted all these changes.
Okay, thank you.
When did all this construction
Mike?
take place, the three docks? Were they all done at one time? And
Yes,
they
they were all part,
Each one was removed, the old one was removed and replaced?
yes, they were all done, it was all part of one permit, and they were all done, I think, shortly after the 2024 permit was issued, because they notified me mid-2025 that it had been completed. So between August of 2024 and June of 2025 is when everything was done.
Do you know what the cost of this was?
The cost of this project, I mean, it was in excess,
Huh?
it was in excess of $1 million. Well, actually, no, I think it probably would have been in excess of 500,000 at the time, because the law changed between in 2024 and now, because it was a page 2 item that you heard.
Okay. Mr. Erskine?
I think you just touched on it, Mr. Johnson, but was the applicant afforded an opportunity to submit an amended application to retain the structures, or it didn't get to that point?
No, we haven't got to that point, because we had a violation, and we said, to fix violation, you gotta do this, and they decided they wanted to come here. and-
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? All right, I'll have you back up probably in a few minutes.
I'll be waiting.
All right, is Representative Dockside here? Please approach. Good morning.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Peyton Eastwood.
All right, Mr. Eastwood. Afford you 5 minutes. Present your side of this.
So first I want to say thank y'all for your time. I apologize for it getting to this point, but I think we need to hear the whole story. And I do want to say thanks to Mike Johnson, because I have made tons of phone calls. I have a list of them from county, state, and he can tell you on a regular basis I was in contact with them. We wanted to do this right, and we tried our best to work through this process the whole time to do it right. So I'm going to read off what I pre-wrote so I don't miss anything in regards to this. So Dockside Community Condos have 90 residents. The boat slips have individual deeded ownership. That's kind of important on this project. The Dockside condominiums asked for 95 slips to be approved to allow for 90 existing owners and visitor slips. Our docks were in very bad condition and created a possible safety concern to our residents and Sarah Creek neighbors. This was a big project for our neighborhood. We researched and attempted to plan for everything that we could think of during the process. We hired Waterfront Development to build and complete this project. Permits were applied for, and when help was needed, we made calls and spent the time to do what local boards, state boards, and VMRC needed for approval. When the approval was given for the 95 slips to be built, we again offered our help. We paid the advance royalty fees for the complete project, including the fees for the deeded slips. Before the construction started, we realized some changes needed to be made to the original plans. Those changes were sent to Waterfront Development. Waterfront Development started the deconstruction of the docks, and derelict and abandoned boats were removed. Dockside communicated with all agencies during this process. The project at all times was being done clean, neat, and at a very fast pace. During this last part of this project, ADOC will do in reference, Dockside realized a mistake had been made on the plans. We stated that there were 4 inside deeded slips, but it should have actually been 7 inside deeded slips. It also became apparent that the planned outside slips on the edge of that dock would limit access for our neighbor across the creek to their dock and would also limit access up the creek branch. A decision was made to move the slips from the outside of ADOC to the inside of ADOC and flip the orientation to move from 7 slips to 14. This created a better view for our creek neighbors, less of an environmental impact to Sarah Creek. We asked Waterfront Development for these changes to be made. The original docks had some floating jet docks that had been in place for 10+ years, owned by deeded slip owners. The discussion was never made by VMRC or Waterfront Development in regards to floating docks during our permit process. Dockside was also not aware that a kayak launch needed a permit. Dockside also has a kayak storage float that was from the original dock and is tied up and not permanently mounted. Dockside at all times attempted to comply with the requirements we were made aware of and acted through the project in the best interest of the environment and our Sarah Creek neighbors. We originally asked for 95 boat slips and 91 were built. Waterfront Development will provide more specific details in regards to specifications of the construction process. And I know there's a question on this. Originally, when we permitted through the engineers and VMRC, we asked for 95 slips. A change was made because we originally had one of the docks listed as 6 foot wide and it needed to be 8 foot wide. During that change, we submitted a different change in plans, which dropped the number of the slips, which we found out later when we hit ADOC that we had missed another item on the list. There was what appeared to be 4 slips on the inside were actually 7 slips originally. So in realizing that change and realizing we were blocking the creek with those other 3 slips, a decision was made to move those out of our neighbor's way, out of the channel's way, into the inside. It would have been less of an impact on our neighbor's view, less of an impact on the environment. The pedestals would have still been the same because the pedestals provided power to 2. It just made more sense. Those changes were submitted to Waterfront, and during this process, obviously, a lot's going on. This is a big project for our neighborhood. We're removing abandoned boats, we're fighting with several agencies. We, in the end of this process, had a building catch on fire in the neighborhood. So a lot of issues, but in the end, we submitted final build, which we assumed would have been approved going along this route. I mean, the end impact was a better layout. I want to go back to these deeded slips. So these slips are, I guess, unique that those spaces are individually owned by owners. So Dockside itself has no legal authority over those slips. So if there is a floating dock in there, I'm not sure that legally we have any recourse to require them to do anything because we're an outside owner. So during the beginning of this process, we agreed to pay the royalty fees and collect from the individual owners. But legally, we really didn't have to do that. So at this whole process, we're trying to comply to make this project work. If this was a paperwork submission error, then we made a mistake. But we attempted during this whole process to make sure that we were following everything the best we could. I don't know if there's any questions. Like I said,
Give you a few extra minutes there, but I appreciate your statement. Members of the board, any questions? Mr. Brandt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Eastwood. You are, for my clarification, you are the applicant, correct?
Yes, I was the HOA president at
So
the time.
what did you request in the number of slips?
95 slips.
In the, I mean, Mr. Mike Johnson come up, how many were in the original application?
They were permitted for 82.
82. That's what you requested. Now, I know in construction, things change.
It
And
says right here, 95.
that doesn't look like a joint permit
This
application.
is the certificate to operate,
From who?
original, that was the.
But my point is that you're the applicant and you
RC.
hold the responsibility to communicate with the commission on the joint permit application and say, this is how many slips, this is how much dockage, how many floating docks. That's your responsibility. That's why you're here today.
Right.
And the contractor's responsibility, and I can defer to Mr. Han, he has some experience with construction, is that he builds to what you hire him to build and what he is permitted by the commission to do.
Right.
Period. Stop. That's it. And you didn't go over by a little, you went over by a lot. A lot more slips, a lot more docks, and then extra stuff that wasn't ever even permitted with floating dock. This is what frustrates me with the joint permit application, is that we have a great staff here and they do a lot of work and they follow up and they spot check, quality assure a certain number of that are statutorily approved. And all these changes that you wanted during the process could probably have been communicated and done under the joint permit application with the revisions. Mike Johnson's a good guy. Chief Owen, they have a great staff and they can work with you, but it doesn't seem like that worked out. And you were notified to remove the out of permit structures and you didn't, and that's why we're here today, so.
So I did want to comment on that. We were originally permitted for 95 slips from the DOC.
We're gonna need that.
Yeah, I'm about to address that, if
Yeah.
everyone could hold up for a minute. Mr. Johnson, the documents he's holding, do we have these in record?
I don't see them in our packet.
Because I don't see them in the packet.
I'm seeing the permit.
That's
in
the
there.
Not the permit in the packet, right?
Permit. So we actually revised,
Let me get Mr. Johnson to verify the things you're showing up that we have on record.
57.
So I have 95 slips here, but the drawings were never submitted. I think what happened here is I said we're going to put 95 slips in there, but I never received the drawings.
so I think I have those. And These came with red from VMRC that were submitted.
Have you counted out the slips on these?
So I have not counted the drawings out, but this is what was submitted at the time that we applied for the 95 slips, and that was what was approved. Now, the revisions, when they come through, if we made a mistake on those, but we actually permitted through VMRC, the engineers, the county, everybody originally for 95 slips. And this is 95 slips.
Now, that's from the Department of Health.
Right.
May I
What's the
interject
date?
something?
Yeah, what's the date on that, please?
The letter I sent out to the notice, I sent out to the adjacent property owners was June 24th, 2024. That says 95 slips, but I never got any revision saying that was going to be 95 slips.
So I thought that was on the original drawings
Ah,
right here.
Mr. Eastwood, let
Mr.
me read,
Ransom.
let me read to you, VMRC letter 20, or permit 2024-1044. If we're following around, page 57 in the briefing packet that is available online. First paragraph, the permittee is hereby authorized to replace 3 condominium piers and associated slips for a total of 82 slips. Pier A will be 8-foot by 114-foot main stem with an 8-foot wide by 194-foot long L head, and it goes on and on. I don't see anywhere anything other than 82 slips. And this is the permit, your permit to construct 82.
So the drawings he's referencing here were submitted a month before, basically a month before revisions came in on August 7th, which are the drawings that I used to permit.
Okay. So we're basing this on the revisions in August.
So I've got to go back and if there's confusion here, I'll be glad to go back and count these slips from the June 24th
Yeah.
revision. But I received a new set of drawings on August 7th. Those are the drawings I used in the permit.
This was the 27th of August, the permit.
Yes, and the drawings that we use are dated August 7th, 2024.
So I'm a little confused. I get when construction happens, things happen and changes are done. I don't think anybody's ever built a house, doesn't have any changes, but same thing goes with docks and piers and everything else. And that's why it's important to be lockstep with the commission staff and engineers to make sure that everything you're doing complies with
Okay.
either local wetlands ordinances, construction ordinances, and VMRC state-owned bottomland requirements.
All right, so the drawings he's talking about on June 24th here, and I know there's not in front of you right now, they show the same pier dimensions as the revisions we got on August 7th. So they're the same drawings, basically.
Okay.
Now, we may have talked about 95 slips,
Right.
and maybe I put that, I probably advertise the most, because we want to make sure when we advertise something, we're giving all the information as high as it can be, because we can always cut back on our encroachment. In this situation, those drawings are still basically the same.
Yeah.
And that's for how many slips?
82,
That's what the permit was issued for.
and that's what the permit was issued for. So if there was a problem, when we issued the permit, you could have flagged us, said, look, this says only 82 slips, we're trying to get 95.
See, that's where I was referring back to this, thinking this was our approval, because that's what had been applied for through
This
the
is-
county and everything.
This is your approval. This was a letter we sent out to adjacent property owners. That's what this is. This is not a permit. This is your permit.
Okay.
And it says right there, 82 slips.
So I guess that's where the confusion was. We thought the whole time, and I had been through this process, and Mike knows, we were having a difficulty with Gloucester on sanitation, and they also approved that 95. So the whole time moving forward through this, we assumed, and I assumed based on this letter, that we were approved for the 95 slips. So,
You're going to need the letter, just to be clear. I just don't want to forget.
Yeah, definitely. You can hand it to First Sergeant. Thank you for serving.
So there was no intent to, we were trying to follow through with what our original thoughts for application were and make changes as we went along. We were assuming that we were following the guidelines. And like I said, I was in contact with Mike a lot, trying to make sure that we were working through this. And in the end, it's where the layout should have been originally. We wouldn't, if we had to lay the plans out again, we would do exactly the way it's laid out now because it has less of an impact. As far as the kayak floating docks, it's just not something we were aware of. I don't own the slips, so I don't know if the owners ever applied for permits for those to be installed. I don't know what the regulations were, but we were building docks, not dealing with individual ownerships on those floating docks. The kayak launch itself, we had one before and we assumed that we could just move it with the platform. It's,
Okay, so you understand anything goes over top state bottom?
yes,
It's all state bottom.
yeah.
So we have, it has to get cleared through here. Some comment you made earlier, though, I want to follow back on, and I may have misunderstood something you stated in your statement. It had to do with deeding.
Yes.
Those slips have been
Deeded.
deeded. Can you explain that a little further, because it's, I'm not aware of the word deeding state bottom.
Yes, so I think Dockside is a little unique on that, and I'm pretty sure there's a court case going way back, probably 30 years ago. These slips were actually sold as property. So that floating part in between that dock is actually owned by individual owners. Dockside doesn't own those slips. And that issue has come up over the years several times, but we can't legally do anything for that slip because that actually has a owner that owns that spot of water.
Hold that thought. Mr. Johnson or Deputy Chief or Chief, someone please address this.
I've got the original legal stuff.
I'll address it briefly. This isn't uncommon that we have community piers or community marinas that, whether they call it legally or some type of binding document or granting to their residents, deeded access or use of certain numbers or certain areas of slips. However, we have never shared our opinion or approval that they are deeding or owning state-owned submerged lands. Once a permitted structure is built, that community or that HOA, POA, whatever it may be, can grant authorization to certain owners or properties the use of the structure. And I've heard several times we've deeded slip A or slip B or slip 32 to this family. We don't normally get involved with that. However, we do not agree that they're deeding away any state ownership in submerged lands. They are deeding away part of the structure that they've been legally permitted to build. The other question comes into play, and I'm sure Mr. Eastwood has this issue, and we see this with community structures. When the structure is built and people feel like they can install or get permitted individually for a floating dock addition or a finger pier or a pile installation, we've always told the HOA, POA, community group, you're responsible for the pier, your name's on the permit, so you need to make sure your clientele, your users understand that if they want to expand or add to it, it needs to come through the permittee, or we need to understand exactly who's applying for what type of addition or encroachment. I'm not going to say we haven't permitted additions to other parties. In this particular case, we would want the request to come through Mr. Eastwood and the Development Corporation rather than individual parties coming and asking, can I put a float here, can I put a finger pier here? That gets extremely complicated. Extremely complicated for us, extremely complicated for the clients and the potential permittees. But
Because
this-
ultimately, if something were to happen with that dock, we have to come
We
back
have to hold
out.
somebody responsible.
Someone's gonna be
Yes,
responsible.
sir. Yes, sir. But the concept of deeding slips or assigning slips is not
Right.
unusual for us. However, we want to stress and make sure people understand, you don't own or have specific rights or access to the water. You have it to the structure that's been permitted over the water.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I appreciate the clarification. Mr. White, please.
Did the HOA contract with the contractor?
Yes.
So the contract's between the HOA, which is the group of the whole condominium association,
Yes.
and the contractor.
Yes.
And was that contract based on the 8/7/24 plans?
No,
Huh?
that was based on the original plan.
It was not based on the permitted plans?
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be originally, we contracted them way before that date, but that would have been contracted on the original, plans that were submitted, I think,
In the application,
on the application.
but not the plans that were approved.
That was June,
June?
yes.
So the contract was not the correct set of plans?
The contract, the original contract was not the final build, but it was the original submitted plans, yes,
And that showed 95 slips?
95.
But the permitted drawing showed 82 slips dated 8/7. Is that correct?
I'm assuming.
Okay. By the way, I'm not an attorney. I'm a
Yeah, I'm assuming.
I'm a construction guy. Did the contractor build the project based on the 8/7 plans? Was that the set of plans that he was handed and said, now go build it?
So he built what Dockside requested to be built, yes.
You didn't quite answer my question. Was it based on the 8/7 plans?
So there was 8/7, and then there was another revision after that that was not submitted to BMRC.
So the 8/7 plans are the ones that he was
BMRC
handed to
got
go
the
build the
last-
job?
Yes, but it wasn't the last set of plans that we submitted to Waterfront to be built.
So the 8/7 plans and what we have out there today are two different things?
Yes.
Let's talk a minute about the deeded thing, because this is interesting to me. When you build a project, no matter what it is, who was the engineer of record?
So there was, we originally started with Giles and Flight. We removed them before the project started because of disagreements as how to be built.
Okay, who did the 8/7 plans? What company did the 8/7 plans?
The 8/7 plans would have been submitted by Waterfront.
I know, what engineering firm, like Timmons or whoever you used, would have done that work?
No engineering.
No engineer?
No
So
engineer.
what, is just a hand sketch on a piece of paper?
It was a draft drawn out paper.
Okay, well, that puzzles me because now you're telling us that the slips are all deeded as part of a piece of property. And they come from deeds in the past 30 years or whatever. So how do you deed a 30-foot by 10-foot slip that now has become a 28 by 8-foot slip? That's gonna change the dimensions of the deed.
So those all were installed back the same size and they were before. We didn't change sizing. And the layout, the overlay is almost exact to what it was. And I'm assuming there was a legal case that went through the state of Virginia back in 1988 in regards to these slips, referencing it back to were sold and how that deed was done. So when we say deeded, I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same wavelength. It's that spot of water. The state still owns the bottom. The individual owner owns that right to that water in between the dock, and the royalty fee was paid on their usage.
Who was deeded, has the deed on the pier?
So Dockside owns the dock itself
That's a deed on that,
on that.
Okay.
And individual owners have deeds recorded through the
on
county
that slip.
for each one of those slips.
That puzzles me because this is a moving target. If I own this slip and you took it out and put a new slip in, typically when you do a deed, somebody has to do a survey. It's called an alter survey if you do a deed, and that goes into the deed. This is what you own. You own a 30-foot by a 10-foot slip. And has to be surveyed. It's not gonna be just because you go out there, I go out there and say, that's 30 by 10, make it, it has to be physically surveyed and put in the deed. So it puzzles me how you have 90 deeds, 95 deeds, and there's no alter survey been done. I cannot fathom how that works.
Right.
And this whole thing
Okay.
just blows my mind.
That's not an answer I can give you. All I know is originally, those deeds were made. They were sold. We followed the same path over the years. When somebody sells their unit or sells that slip, it's sold on a deed, it's recorded with the county, and that is transferred.
I know, we've all seen deeds from the past where they say, that tree is the corner and that post is the corner, but it's now a little different. And I can't believe that you could transfer a deed that doesn't have a proper survey. I mean, it's just like, you can't sell a lot without a survey. You don't know what you get.
They've been doing this, and I would say I signed off on one 2 months ago for a transfer. It states in the way the deeds are, it states a slip number and a location on the dock. It doesn't actually state GPS coordinates or survey coordinates.
Mr. White, you've made a good point. I appreciate it. I got a whole lot of hands on this side now, so let's just start. Mr. Hand first.
I want to request that we move on because this deeded bottom issue, to me, is a moot point. Your homeowners don't own those slips. They have a deeded right to use those slips. They don't have to share it with other people. It's their slip to use, okay? But as far as ownership goes, I don't think they're paying property tax on it, and they don't own it. So I'm not believing that. You may believe it, I don't, and our staff doesn't. So I'd like to move on.
That's fine, Mr. Hand.
And not beat it to death.
Got it. Yeah, that's where we're headed. Mr. Erskine.
Sir, so I see there's been some confusion clearly, but aside from that, when you got this notice to comply, it's dated September 5th of last year. So at that time, did you choose, as the applicant, you're the applicant for the homeowner association, all these individual homeowners, did you decide that you wanted to come here instead of filing like an after-the-fact permit request? Or maybe that's a question for Mr. Johnson, but.
We were never told we had that opportunity.
Due to the nature of the violation and being egregious, we don't accept after-the-fact applications for projects like that until we have the discretion of the board, or the commission, as to what to move forward with. We have notice to comply to remove. They didn't do it. We didn't entertain, we didn't even say we would entertain an after-the-fact because the violation was what it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. On my right side, any other questions? Back to the left. Mr. President, you haven't had an opportunity yet.
This is probably for Mike Johnson. How many boat slips were actually built?
82. I mean, excuse me, 91.
91, so we didn't even meet our goal of 95 illegally. So that was the only question I had. There's so much confusion in the room now. I'm not speaking for anybody else, but this is like, see you another day and work this out, comply. I mean, if I got this letter at my house I'd be scared right to death, not because of the seat I sit in here today, just because I just want to be a law-abiding citizen. And you're representing the group that put in for the application. So, I mean, there's so much, Mr. Commissioner, I am pleased if we wanted to move on and insist on complying with the agency's request at the end of the day.
Do you have anything else to add? I've afforded you, plus questions, quite a bit of time. I understand possibly the contractor is here as well.
Yes.
I see. Before we have you sit down, you're aware of the penalty, civil charges that have been assigned by the staff?
Yes.
Do you agree to them?
Yes.
You do agree to them?
Yes.
Thank you, that's on the record. Thank you very much. If you could have a seat, I'll see if we have any other testimony on this, and then we'll see if we can move this along.
Gotcha.
All right,
All
sir.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastwood. I do appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else to speak on this matter? Come forward, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, nothing but the truth, but so help you God?
Yes, sir. I do.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Charles Duke. I am owner, operator of Waterfront Development Company, also agent for this project.
All right, Mr. Duke, I'll afford you 3 minutes, please, if you can keep it concise.
Well, I hope that I can clear up some of the confusion. I'd like to start by saying this is the first large commercial job that I have been responsible as agent for the permitting process. I unfortunately did not measure as well as I could have on the application. I used a laser rangefinder to gather my numbers, and I think that's where part of the discrepancy comes in. I was surprised to hear Mr. Johnson's stance that the floating pier, he has it labeled as a 16 by 36 floating pier for the kayak, was not permitted. I have it on the drawing. Originally, it was a 50 by 12, and we cut it back in square footage to a 16 by 32. And I have drawings dated 8/7 that show that. I'm kind of confused as to why that's not on the permit. I submit it to you guys for review.
First Sergeant, go ahead. I understand we will be retaining that.
Understood. Again, I'm confused as why that's not there.
You see it?
These are marked up and not stamped.
Okay, these are not stamped. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
The floating piers are tied in place. They're not permanently, the float on boat lifts. Like Mr. Payton said, they were there prior to that. I didn't have anything, I tied them back up where they were. I don't know what the law is about tying a float in a slip, especially when the royalty's been paid to use that slip. It was my opinion that, and it may be wrong, but it was my opinion, what's the difference in tying a float in the slip and tying a boat in the slip? Or putting a boat on a float in the slip. I never conceived that they needed to be permitted, or I would have. There was 2 additional slips built on D-Dock, and that was another unconsequential.
Mr. Dickey, do you realize, unless we have a copy of that, I will confiscate that as part of the record?
I understand, sir.
Okay.
What I have here, let me find the right one, is a February 2004 picture overlaid on the as-built drawing from March of 2025.
Okay? And go ahead and start trying to get this wrapped up.
So, right here, I depicted in the original application, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 slips, when in actually it was 7 originally. We did turn them perpendicular, we deleted this, so that the gross overbuilding is not as bad as it initially seems. We asked, I guess in the permit it says 82. By my mistake, it should have been 3 more than that. That was 85. And we've already discussed the confusion on the 95.
Show it to Mr. Johnson before you hand it to the First Sergeant. Ms. Johnson, you've seen these?
This is where there was originally 7 that I depicted as 4.
And counting was 4. When I asked you to label the slips, you label them out 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I agree with that 100%.
There you go.
I was in error, and it was actually 7.
It wasn't part of the permit.
All right,
So,
you can hand that to First Sergeant.
and I've got another one here from DDOT that this pier was torn out in its entirety prior to construction. And when I built the pier itself, which was phase 1, I lined the pier up with the existing sidewalk. And from the original, it was off about 8 feet at the head of the intersection. So that threw the dimensions of the slips off. And out of necessity to facilitate everything, homeowners, slip borrowers didn't want to move sites. So in order to make things work out, we added 13 feet to the new structure to make everybody in the community happy. But that 13 feet that we added was in part of the original designs. That was, these areas right here were 2 visitor slips.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Duke, wrap it up.
Being my first large commercial job that I was responsible for permitting, I naively felt like all of our changes were within the scope of permitting, and I could easily submit a as-drawn after the fact and seek approval. And that's what I'm here today to ask you guys to do is, Mr. Johnson would not offer us the ability to do a after-the-fact drawing or after.
As he's explained, that the egregiousness of this does not afford that.
But I deny that it's egregious is the right adjective to describe this.
Okay, we can have that dispute, and that's fine. Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Mr. Branson?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Duke, this isn't just about the number of slips being 82 or 85 or 91. You overbuilt one dock by 7 feet from what I can see, another dock by 8 feet, and another dock by 24 feet. And then the floating docks, that's something separate. I mean, we've done a lot of these. Every month we do these, and we have a little bit here and a little bit there, but this one is so far past that. It's not just the number of slips, it's the increase in the whole plan.
Well, I did the math. No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did do the math, and what was permitted and what we built, there was 2% additional. And, you know, building on the water is quite a bit different than building on land where you can pull a tape, you can set a pin. I mean, plus or minus a foot is common in the industry.
Mr. Duke,
I explained the.
Mr. Duke, I think this board is well aware of what it takes to build on the water. We kind of have a few decades of experience in that at this board. This may be your first time before the commission, but please do understand that.
I did the math, and it was only 7 feet, I'm sorry, 20 feet of additional dock building.
Okay.
My point is,
Anything,
and
Mr. Branson?
and just to stress that, when you overbuild a permit, you're taking from the Commonwealth citizens. Yeah, I know it's a dock owners association that you're working for and building, but you get a permit and that's what you have to build to. And when you expand well past that, and you did in this case, that's a problem. And the staff will generally work with you, but if you disregard or don't comply with a notice to comply, that's a legal served document, and you don't, that's how you end up here.
Well, as far as that, I didn't have the decision. That was the homeowner's decision.
You're the contractor.
I'm the contractor.
You built
but
it.
I can't go tear it out if they tell me not to. And I was advised by staff that probably, that I didn't have to tear it out. I could come here and ask you guys for forgiveness and permit the changes that we made.
All right.
At your discretion.
Anything further? All right, thank you, Mr. Duke. Is there anyone else to speak on this matter? All right, matters before the board. Mr. Johnson, is there a recommendation you want to put on screen?
Summary recommendations in your packets, but I don't have one I can put on the screen now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hand.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Mr. Hand, I welcome a motion.
And it's based on a couple things. I'm a little sympathetic for members of the homeowners association. From my perspective, it looks like the management of the association made some real mistakes that's costing all members of that association. But that's kind of what happens with community associations sometimes. But I think the management made real errors. They can plead ignorance, but they have a lesser fine. The contractor, to me, it's very simple. You don't build something you're not permitted to build, and you need to know that. And if that doesn't work for you, then you're probably not in the right business. So I make a motion that we go with staff recommendations on all accounts. But I wanted to make, I don't know if I need to add this or if it's already going to happen naturally. We give the staff authority to require them to remove what's not permitted, or give them authority to work something out if some part of it can remain. Again, I'm a little sympathetic to homeowners who have deeded access to slips, and those slips aren't going to exist now because of failures, probably of homeowner management in getting the proper number of slips permitted. So I like to, if we can allow staff to, have some leniency there, we leave it completely up to them, give them the authorization, otherwise go with their recommendation.
Staff recommendation, okay. Mr. Headley?
I need a clarification, I
Yeah.
guess, on the staff recommendation. Is that, would that include a after-the-fact permit to be able to come up? I mean, because I agree with Commissioner Hand, Associate Commissioner Hand, as I do feel for the slip owners. I do think there should be some civil charge paid, but tearing it out and then requiring after the fact to get it to put back in,
So, right now, staff recommendation is to remove all unauthorized structures. After they're removed, they can certainly apply to put the structures back. If you're looking to modify the staff recommendation, that's certainly within your purview to say, we're going to allow you to keep slips here, these number of slips here and here and here, but you need to delineate that out. We don't have the, I don't think we should be given the task of trying to say what's appropriate, not appropriate in this situation. I think that needs to come from this commission.
So let's address,
thank you.
let's address the notice to comply and get that taken care of. And then they can always come back to staff.
And apply to what they want to put in.
Exactly. And we may see them again.
Commissioner?
Mr. Branson?
Yeah, thank you. First, Mike, my apologies, I called you Brad first up. My apologies.
He called me Mike.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. In the course of doing your due diligence in your job, and I appreciate it. I don't know, I don't want to give the impression to other contractors who find themselves in the position of overbuilding their permit by saying, after the fact, we're gonna, go ahead, sorry, but not sorry, I got my dock, and if it's an inch or a foot, okay, I get it. We're talking about a lot of feet and a lot of slips and a lot of floating docks and a lot of more than I have seen in 4 years I've been sitting here. So this clearly hits the far end of egregious, in my opinion. And so I think, Mike, your recommendation to give them a notice to comply within 30 days to remove, and that's a notice to comply to the applicant, not the contractor, the applicant,
It's
the
the
Dock
applicant.
Owners Association, who asked to build this structure that didn't get built the way they wanted it, or built the way they wanted it, not the way they were allowed, I think is valid. Because to allow contractors to overbuild at this extent and then get a after-the-fact pass, I don't agree with it. And I appreciate your recommendation that if they don't comply with a second, if that is what the commission agrees, to forward it to the Officer Attorney General, who can up to $25,000 per day of violation to seek a lower, lesser amount of that through the court action. And I would agree with following up with that. Yeah, I think you recommended $1,000, but I think it should be more as an incentive to do the right thing the first time. So that's all I have, Commissioner.
So,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Duke, you didn't ask him if he agreed to this.
No,
Yep.
he did not.
yeah, I did.
Did you ask Mr.?
Oh,
Yeah,
no, you asked Mr. Eastwood.
You asked.
I'll ask Mr. Reader. Oh, Mr. Duke, that's right. We have to ask him that too. Thank you. Mr. Duke? Will we proceed much further on this? Do you understand the civil charges the staff has recommended?
Yes, sir, I do understand what they have recommended.
Do you agree to them?
Oh,
It's a yes or no answer.
no.
You do not. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. All right, we'll address that afterwards. We have a motion on the table. I didn't get a second yet, but I think one's coming. Mr. Erskine?
Well, I just wanted clarification. That's why I was
Yes.
wondering if there was a second, but also, I don't know if Mr. Hand had a proper recommendation or a motion because you were kind of asking for a modification. So
I'm asking-
is it staff recommendation is what I want, and then I would second it.
Yeah, so my motion is to approve the staff recommendation and give staff authority to do some after the fact.
Wouldn't be able to do that.
I can't
They're not
do
able to? Okay, then we'll remove that from my motion and we'll let the process play out.
Second.
All right, I have a second for
Which,
Mr.
if
Erskine.
we could restate the motion, the recommendation from staff was, the staff recommendation was for a civil charge in the amount of $10,000 to the contractor, Mr. Duke, which he has not accepted. A $5,000 civil charge to Mr. Eastwood, the Dock Owners Association, which he has accepted, and a notice to comply within 30 days to remove the unpermitted structure. Mike, tell me where I'm off the rails, okay? And if failing that, the staff recommendation is to seek through the Officer Attorney General, through circuit court action, an additional $1,000 civil penalty per day for the applicant Dock Owners Association.
If they fail
Each
to-
day after
If
the next notice to comply.
So if they fail to remove by April 30th, the clock goes back and starts ticking $1,000 a day starting from tomorrow,
Is that a business day or every day?
every day.
30 days is 30 days on the calendar. Okay,
And-
so we
and
have,
a second.
everyone's clear on the motion?
Yep.
Ms.
I have
Ortiz.
a question, it might be a legal one, where he declined to pay any civil penalty, which means he will not be removing anything that we have requested. Is that gonna affect the homeowners? They're still gonna be required to get someone else to move it?
Yes, yeah, it's their property, they can contract with somebody else to remove the structure.
Will 30 days give them enough time to do that if they have to seek someone?
I mean, we gave 30 days. If you feel it's not enough, it's certainly within your purview to adjust that date. But you know, then you need to consider when are you going to have the clock ticking on $1,000 per day if you want to continue with that.
I just feel like 30 days is, especially where Mr. Duke will not be possibly taking that down.
We've had roughly 6 months to comply, though.
Yeah, it's good.
But just to kind of keep that in mind, not to change
Okay.
what you're saying, but there's been at least roughly 6 months on the clock.
And that's will be up to the judge if they get to that point.
All right, so we do have a motion with proper second on the table. Let's see where this goes, and we still have another item to address on this afterwards. So we'll see if the motion passes at 30 days or not. Okay, we have the motion. Any other discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Mr. White?
I'm going through this, I'm basing, the motion is based on what Randy Owens' notice to comply of September 5th list of what has to be done, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Correct. Okay, the one thing that it does not say in there, it talks about removal and batching and doing all this kind of, sort of wants to go where Pat was talking, Mr. Ham was talking about. It doesn't say anything about the number of slips allowed. So I guess, are we talking about the permitted number, or are we talking about the 95?
We're talking about the permitted number, 82.
Okay.
So everything we say here is getting that, the permits, the slips that are out there now, getting that back down to 82 in the configuration that they were approved for in the permit.
Just along the lines, before we vote, of what Mr. Ham was talking about, this project probably, as it came out, I asked the question, how much it costs, and you said $500,000 to $1 million. So in and out's gonna be over $1 million, probably that, so the homeowners are gonna be ponied up, that's who's gonna have to pay this. And they hired him and they gotta deal with it. And I think that we might ought to think about what Pat was talking about, letting staff kind of see if some of this can be saved, like Pier B is probably close enough, maybe not.
I think, Mr. White, they've already determined it's not savable.
I got it. I'm just talking about which way to vote on the motion. So Mr. Hand talked about letting the staff work with the HOA or the contractor, whoever, to kind of make something happen that would be different from what it is today to save some of it, rather than just tear it all out and start all over again. I don't think that's fair to staff to put them to that obligation to do it, but I think maybe we ought to at least think about letting the HOA put a plan in front of us as to what they would see, like another plan, without expanding it, along the lines of what was originally permitted, and let us deal with that, and then maybe they can base it on what's there to some degree and what's not there to some degree, and come up with a kind of happy medium. It's just food for thought.
Any other discussion?
Can I just get a clarification on the motion?
Motion still is as staff recommendation.
So it's still including.
It has not changed yet, unless the maker of the motion makes that has not been changed.
Just make sure they do the board thing, okay.
Commissioner?
Mr. Ham.
Doesn't the staff naturally have the ability to bring something back to us? Say, look, within the 30-day window, they came to us with this plan, we want to bring it back to you to take a look at, for example. Is that a possibility, or is that closed off completely?
I'll have Chief Owen address this.
Commissioner, nothing about this followed the permit drawings. There were several statements made on both sides that they assumed the things could be permitted. We have no purpose as a division if you just build what you want. We are not recommending that. We're recommending complete compliance with the permit, and that's where we are.
Okay. Well, my motion's clear. It's a staff recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Ham. Any further, hold on a second.
like to
do
make a
that.
friendly amendment.
Okay, and there's the friendly amendment. Go
And,
for it.
Mr. Hand, my friendly amendment is to exclude the contractor, Mr. Duke, from this motion as he's already declined to accept the civil charge that we've recommended, and I will follow up with another motion. So what your motion would be amended is staff recommendation with the exception of a civil charge against Mr. Duke, the contractor. And I say this because I will follow up with a second motion in a moment regarding the contractor.
Question.
He's denied, he's,
Yeah, but
To
You might as
to
well,
be clear, under the code, this body can only assess a civil penalty if they agree to the civil penalty. If they don't agree, then you either don't do anything or you refer it to my office.
then if
That's
that-
why-
Yeah, that's a good point. And so we can I can modify the motion
Yes,
to accept staff recommendation,
except the contractor.
excluding
except
the
for the
contractor.
contractor, and we're gonna refer that
Does the
to.
motion not say refer to your office anyways?
it does say refer to OAG in regards to the daily fee if they don't do the 30 days.
Yeah,
But it's implicit
that-
in our regulation that they get referred to.
We are gonna need a motion regardless on that item.
I just think it's cleaner if we separate that out into its own motion.
Okay. So I can, if I remove that portion, then there can be a second motion.
Yes,
Okay.
there will be a second motion.
Okay, so I'll modify my motion to accept staff recommendation, except for the civil penalty on the contractor.
Mr. Duke, okay, is the seconder agree, Mr. Erskine?
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion at the board? Seeing none, I'm calling the question. All in favor of the motion, please state aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Mr. White abstains. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Commissioner, I have a motion.
Motion carries. All right, Mr. Bransom.
Yes, sir, I move that this matter, this case, this application be forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General for appropriate civil action against the contractor, Mr. Duke, and his company.
Okay, I have a motion on the table. I need a second.
Second.
Who was the second? Mr. Hand, thank you, sir. Any discussions on the motion?
Do we need it?
Mr. White?
Do we need this? Hadn't he already been assessed a fine?
He didn't accept it.
No, sir. The contractor did not accept the civil charge. Any further discussion? Calling the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll read it and proceed. The next one. Okay. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Reams, how are you doing?
Morning.
Should we call you Mike this morning?
Yeah,
Fair play, right?
this is Brad.
Chesterfield County Utilities Department, VMRC number 25-2436. Mr. Reams, please proceed.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I am presenting this application for Chesterfield County Utilities Department.
Can you get that mic just a tad
Yeah,
bit
sure.
closer there, Brad?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
There we go. Requesting authorization to temporarily install three 3-inch by 300 feet long, high density polyethylene water withdrawal pipes, including an 8-foot by 8-foot submerged intake structure, 4 10-inch hollow steel piles, and 1 floating warning buoy situated along the Appomattox adjacent to the
Point of Rocks Water Treatment Plant temporary testing facility at 1203 Point of Rocks Road in Chesterfield County. The project is protested. Here is the location. It's upstream from the 295 bridge, approximately 3 miles west upriver from City Point in Hopewell. And there's the location of where the treatment plant will be located. And this yellow line is what I've drawn just to give some idea about where it's going, but it's not exact. And you'll see in the aerial, the 295 bridge and where the fenders for the channel are located under the 295 bridge. And you can see the barge traffic that's moving through the channel. Okay, and this drawing is from the agent. This is where the water intake will be located. And they have a distance indicated of 107 feet from the intake location, and that is to the edge of the federal channel. On February 28, 2023, the commission approved Chesterfield's request for BMRC 2020-0085, a permanent 29.8 million gallon per day municipal water intake located immediately downstream. The smaller temporary intake is deemed necessary to evaluate and inform the design of the future full-scale drinking water treatment plant that is part of the larger municipal water supply project. The proposed water intake will include a 1 millimeter mesh screens with a maximum intake velocity of 0.25 feet per second. The maximum intake flow is 210 gallons per minute, and that is equivalent to 302,400 gallons per day. And here is where the permanent structure will be located, right here. So the distance from where the permanent structure will be located, approximately 110 feet here from where the intake will be located, and this is the location of where the mooring buoy will be located. And here's our plan view, and this shows where the pipes will lay. And here again is the water intake structure and the buoy. The pilot plant testing period is planned for a minimum of 1 year to evaluate treatment methods under all seasonal conditions. Test results will be evaluated to optimize small-scale drinking water treatment technologies for the Appomattox. The facility may operate longer to optimize chemical dosages and test additional alternative technologies, but will ultimately be decommissioned within 3 years. Okay, we have a cross-section drawing here showing our jurisdiction low tide, and the intake pipes, 300 feet, 300 feet long pipes will be laying on grade. The dashed line is the river bottom. And this is the location of where the intake will be located within the water column. It is elevated off the bottom and approximately, I think, 3 feet below what would be the surface. Here is a top-down view of the intake. In yellow are where the 4 10-inch hollow steel piles will be located. And outside of those piles is steel rings that the pipes will go in, and the reason for this type of design is to allow them to lift the intake for servicing. All right, here is another view, showing it a little bit closer in relation to where the buoy and the intake are located. This project is protested by the Appomattox Resilience Corridor, ARC. ARC is a regional initiative led by Fowler, Friends of the Lower Appomattox River, to develop a 20-plus mile multimodal trail and greenway while conserving natural habitats from Lake Chesson to City Point in Hopewell. ARC submitted an objection on December 25th, 2025. Mr. Kyle Ashley addressed off-site upriver concerns with the Army Corps of Engineers maintenance of the Appomattox Federal Project Channel. The objection included a statement that ARC was notifying the Engineer Inspector General of a potential failure to enforce federal navigation and obstruction laws, allowing private infrastructure to degrade a protected federal asset. Mr. Ashley requested a stay of the court permit until a comprehensive navigational and hydraulic restoration study is conducted to address the degraded state of the federal channel. Staff considered the initial objection to be unrelated to the temporary intake proposed by Chesterfield County. Sent an email to the protestant on December 29th, attempting to clarify BMRC's jurisdiction and to ascertain whether or not ARC's concerns included the proposed temporary intake. Mr. Ashley responded on January 9th, advising that their concerns included impacts on the ancestral waters and fish passages of the Monacan Indian Nation, threats to impingement and entrainment to sturgeon larvae, and a request that BMRC defer all permitting decisions to the Army Corps of Engineers for a cumulative impact study. This is a drawing of what the Coast Guard would approve for the warning buoy. It's going to be equipped with a 24-foot chain, and that 24-foot chain would reach a maximum height of for a 100-year flood. And that's what the Coast Guard recommended to be utilized. On December 5th, 2025, the Army Corps issued a nationwide Permit 5. After reviewing the application, VIMS provided comments recommending that the installation of hollow steel piles adhere to a time of year restriction from February 15th to June 30th and August 1st to November 15th to protect anadromous fish species, including liner sturgeon. VIMS provided no additional comments or concerns for the project. Comments were provided by the Department of Conservation and Recreation in January 13th, 2026. Due to the scope of the project, DCR did not have any concerns that it would adversely impact potential occurrences of Atlantic sturgeon. The Department of Environmental Quality does not require a permit for a proposed intake with a withdrawal less than 2 million gallons per day. They do, however, require the applicant to submit monthly withdrawal quantities reporting. The collective concerns raised by Mr. Ashley on behalf of ARC still appear to address their larger concerns for the Corps' maintenance of the Appomattox River Federal Project Channel, unrelated to the proposal by Chesterfield County. Concerns specific to the current project were provided only after staff's attempts to clarify the Commission's limited jurisdiction to the encroachment of the temporary intake over the Commonwealth's state-owned submerged lands. Had the application for the intake not been protested, staff would have administratively issued a subaqueous permit. As noted, VIMS, DCR, and DEQ have no objections. Staff believes that the project will not interfere with the adjacent federal project channel, provided it is marked with a buoy in accordance with Coast Guard requirements. The anticipated public and private benefits appear to exceed the anticipated public and private detriments. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of this project versus the concerns raised by the protestant, and after considering all factors contained in 28.2-1205 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends approval of this project. Be happy to answer any questions. Believe the applicant and the agent are here, as well as the protestant.
Okay, we'll get to them in a second. Stay at the podium, please, Mr. Reams. You can stay at the podium.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Headley?
Thank you. The 4 steel pilings that's gonna be on each corner of this, how far do they stick out of the water?
I would defer to the agent for that, to answer that question.
And besides just the buoy, outside of the project, are the pilings gonna be marked with danger signs or
Now, that-
anything?
From what I understand, the Coast Guard did.
Sir, I'll call you up in a minute, please.
From what I understand, the Coast Guard made no recommendations in regards to that, just one single private navigation warning buoy, so.
Okay, Mr. Yes, please follow up.
And this, I said, I think it was 300 feet of pipe going out. Is it a water depth issue that they need to be in so much water, or?
Yeah, I do believe so, but the agent can probably fill you in on that.
One of the main concerns I have is it's only 107 feet from the channel, and you have tugs and barges going up, and heck, the barges are probably 50, 60 feet wide. If they get off one width, they're gonna be cut right at it. Okay.
Mr. Reams, if you would put up, because I want to cover that very topic for a second. Will you pick up the slide where you show it in relation to the permitted structure that's to
Okay.
be built?
All right. They did provide us with
There you go.
this one right here, where the buoy will be located a 1.5 feet from where the intake will be.
And then the T structure there is where the currently permitted structure to be built is.
Permanent, yes, this is where the permanent structure will be built. It's not been installed yet.
Thank you. So it's in line with what's already been permitted to be built just downstream. Mr. Reams, also just to clarify, this is a temporary structure for how many years?
Up to 3 years.
Up to 3 years, and that's it, and then to be removed. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, is the applicant present? Please approach your podium. Are you counsel?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm Matt Rembold. I'm the Director of Utilities for Chesterfield County. I want to say, first of all, that thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Associate Commissioners, for hearing our case this morning. I want to specifically thank Mr. Reams and the BMRC staff for getting us here this morning. With me today, if there are any technical questions, I have our project team. We're working with the engineering firm Black & Veatch as our agent on this request. So if there's anything that I'm unable to answer, we've got the technical expertise to address all of the commission's
Remember, if you could, please, as a way, just for conciseness, try and keep it to 5 minutes possible.
Yes,
If
sir.
there are questions that will extend, as you probably saw previously.
Mr. Reams did a fantastic job summarizing this request, but Chesterfield County was previously permitted in 2023 for a larger permanent raw water intake just upstream of this request. As identified in the report, this is for a smaller temporary facility. The goal of this project for Chesterfield County Utilities is to develop a pilot-scale water treatment plant just upstream on this bluff to allow us to draw a smaller volume of water from the Appomattox River to test and evaluate various treatment technologies that will go into the full-scale design of our permanent larger water treatment plant. The request includes all of the same treatments regarding protection of fisheries, the through slot velocity in our intake, the mesh size requirement. Believe we're doing everything to the best of our ability to be protective and respectful of the state's resources. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
What's the ultimate
Mr.
use
White.
of the intake structure, water coming into that?
The permanent facility, just me. The permanent facility is going to be it's permitted for a 29.8 million gallon per day maximum day withdrawal. That water will be lifted. We have plans that we're developing currently to develop a raw water pump station immediately upstream, adjacent to where the T shape is drawn on these figures. That permanent pump station is going to pump the raw water approximately 2.5 miles into Chesterfield County, where we own 83 acres. And we're currently in the process of designing a municipal water treatment plant to serve Chesterfield County and our growing population with potable water.
Is that for potable water?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it water coming out of the James Brackish?
This area was evaluated heavily in the request that was before the commission in 2023. VIMS was involved in running a particular, excuse me, the word escapes me, particle model for the water, and we are well upstream of the salinity line. It's further down, closer to the Chickahominy River and the James. And that full-scale withdrawal has no impact on drawing salinity upriver.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. We may have you come back up. Okay. I'll be taking speakers in support and opposition of this project. Is there anyone here to speak in support beyond the applicant? Seeing none, does anyone speak in opposition? Please approach.
Hello.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Kyle Ashley.
Mr. Ashley, you have 3 minutes for opposition.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Kyle Ashley, managing member of the Appomattox Resilience Corridor. I am providing a forensic correction to the record for BMRC hashtag 252436. And I am requesting a formal request for a 60-day deferral of decision. We all know the old wisdom. A house built on sifting sediment cannot stand. The applicant is asking you to authorize a multi-billion-dollar asset predicted on a 10-foot vertical error. The applicant has surveyed the top of the industrial silt line and ignored the 1874 crystalline granite floor. By anchoring this critical infrastructure asset onto unconsolidated sediment rather than bedrock, the applicant is creating a high-risk failure point. In a major scouring event, which Google own AI flood models now predict with increasing frequency due to upstream development, this intake will lose its structural foundation. This isn't an opinion, it's a geological fact documented in the Army Corps of Engineers' own historical archives. Furthermore, this project sits within the 1830 navigation prism and currently under audit by the Army Corps of Engineers, case number NAO 2026-00213. The Office of Congressman McGuire is tracking this inquiry as a March 13th federal regulatory deadline has passed without a complete status. If this commission approves a state permit today, the obstruction of that obstructs the federal navigation prism. You are creating immediate inverse condemnation liability for the Commonwealth. ARC LLC has provided the notice evaluation for the forensic data. We are not here to stop development. We are here to ensure that it is anchored to the rock and not the silt. Dad? And I can submit this for, it's from Congressman John McGuire's office.
First Sergeant. Let y'all have a second. Any questions? Ashley, any questions? Mr. White?
You mentioned, when you started about the foundation part of this,
Yes, sir.
and that you're talking about the 4 piles that are gonna be driven into this bed of the river.
Will they be driven into the bedrock or will they be driven into the sediment?
Address the commission, please.
Oh, sorry.
And that's,
And I don't know the answer to that, but,
Neither-
you know, this is a temporary 3-year deal. So those piles are not gonna be there forever and ever. It's a 3-year deal. Does that still concern you?
Yes, sir. The Atlantic sturgeon and downstream, so are the American shad. The Pamunkey Indian Reservation has been working desperately to protect the American shad. And they have lost because your rivers are filling up like a bowl. And they haven't been cleaned for 150 years, 170 years. To come in and put a pipe and start sucking water without actually protecting the river and the fish, then it is a liability waiting to happen, even if it's 3 years. And the next major flood that sends all the sediment from Farmville planters down is gonna go right in their pipe. Yeah, you have catcher screens, but only so much. You have to lift it, which I guess that's why they added that mechanism for maintenance. And the buoy doesn't stop a barge from hitting, especially the bridge that was right in front of it.
okay. Right, you satisfied? All right, any other questions from the board? Seeing none? All right, sir, say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak in opposition or protest of this project? Seeing none. Matter is before the board. We operate on motions.
Make a motion, we approve as recommended.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. White to approve as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
A second from Mr. Ransom. Thank you, sir. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you all very much. Okay. Moving right along. Feel like it's Groundhog Day on this topic.
I wore a
Good
different,
morning, Deputy Chief. How are you again? I feel like I just saw you last month.
I wore a different color suit jacket so I wouldn't give you deja vu today.
I appreciate it. Discussion is the discussion on the modification of the 2026 Oyster Replenishment and Restoration Plan, the ORP. Take us through it.
Commissioner?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you. Ms. Callum needs to accuse herself on this one.
See if I can pull this up here. Good afternoon, still morning technically, I guess. Good afternoon, members of the commission. Great. There we go. So again, as Acting Commissioner Grist mentioned there, we were kind of here in this capacity just last month, but there's been a little bit of a change in our proposed replenishment plan. So nothing that you'll see today wasn't already approved, but in the sake of transparency, wanted to update the commission on some events that have transpired in the last month that will be a change that's pretty significant for this year's proposed projects. So just to get right to it, what you're looking at there is the image of the shell dredge. Folks may be familiar with this device. It's been in some form of existence, more or less in this form, since the 1960s. What it does is it hydraulically dredges reef shell, or commonly referred to as fossil shell deposits, in areas right now that are permitted in the lower James River. What happened to this dredge was it was involved in a, I guess my understanding, speaking to the contractors, was it went aground up off the coast of New York and was damaged to where it will not be operable for this upcoming replenishment season. Speaking with the contractors, they have intentions of either replacing it or repairing it, but the exact time frame on that is unknown at this time. What this means for the oyster restoration replenishment plan that was approved at the last commission meeting is that roughly 85% of the shells that we plan on getting every year, about 500,000 bushels to upwards of 800,000 bushels, has been coming from these shell deposits. And that's planted over the course of about 3 to 4 weeks each year. And that level of shells isn't something that is very quickly replaced or readily available. So there's other sources of shell, but not at that scale and at that volume with that sort of consistency of availability. Over the years, literally millions of bushels of shells have been planted using this unique piece of machinery, both in Virginia for many decades as well as in Maryland. What you're looking at there, just to give you some sort of scale for reference, is roughly 60,000 or so bushels of shell. That's what we plant on a typical single day of shell replenishment to maintain the public fishery and get it to the point where it is. That level of planting happens pretty consistently every year. We've planted anywhere from millions of bushels of shell in the early 2000s to sort of build up areas in Tangier, Pocomoke Sound, the Oyster Heritage Program in the Rappahannock. But today we're planting roughly 500 to 700, 800,000 bushels of shell in that range. Sort of comparatively, that gives us the largest replenishment program in the country, if not the world. We're still going to have a pretty big program this year, but what this plan or sort of modifications is going to be doing is sort of scaling that back to use the limited sources of shells and other materials that we have. Just to provide a little bit of a context, other states, some popular, very large shell recycling programs might gather and collect 20, 30,000 bushels of shell over the course of a decade. We're used to sort of planting, as I said, 60,000 bushels in 4 to 6 hours. So it's a different economy of scale that we won't have that isn't easily replaced. The sites that we had permitted are shown here on the map for reference. We had 2 sites that were permitted, one here in the mouth of the Nansemond River, sort of off the Newport News Shipyard. And we were in the process of working towards permitting locations, which we did for the Craney Island Eastern expansion, because this area will be eventually covered up with a new shipping terminal, is my understanding. Those shells, that project isn't imminent, so hopefully there's time to still remove those shells. But that's sort of where we are today. And what I'm going to go through is, again, nothing that wasn't approved last month isn't in this current plan. It's just scaled down in terms of the shell planting, and a couple other areas are scaled up. So I'm just going to go over a quick what was previously approved and highlight a few things here. The biggest change is going to be in the amount of shells planted. So we were, again, looking at replenishing 600 to 800 acres. A lot of that acreage was going to be new shells, or excuse me, new acreage, so areas that haven't had recent replenishment, sort of expanding. What we're shifting to this year is really focusing on the areas that are most in need. If anyone listened to the first SMAC meeting, there wasn't a lot of clamoring for the need for shells in a lot of locations, so the oyster resource is in pretty good condition. One of the, I'll call it a benefit lightly, of the decreased condition or market demand for oysters was there's decreased oyster harvest activity this year. So that's not necessarily good for oyster buyers and oyster harvesters, but it is good for the resource. There's less impact, and as a result, less need of replenishment this year, as well as the past replenishment effort and the efforts this commission has done to limit the impacts to the resource. So we're in good condition in terms of the areas that were normally maintained. We're in better shape than we've been in a long time. The key changes, again, are likely we're going to increase the amount of seed oysters planted. So we scaled that back a little bit because there wasn't as much need based on Shellfish Management Advisory Committee input. And scaling back the amount of shells available. Again, this is likely going to be a combination of primarily house shells and some other shell deposits that we have on the eastern shore, but scaling that back down to maybe as much as 100 to 250 acres. We don't have an exact number of how many bushels will be available from shucking houses on our sources yet, but we'll be putting those contracts out for bid and notice and sort of make that determination. Right now we have in the ballpark of around, at least of all sources, 100,000 or so bushels available. We might bump that up a little bit this year, and we'll be shifting effort to other alternative sources of substrate such as stone. But those are the big takeaways: is decreasing the amount of shell planted dollar amount wise and volume wise. Likely we won't have the same economy of scale, so when we're planting 800,000 bushels at a time, we can usually bring the per unit cost down. When you're doing smaller contracts, the startup costs are higher. So it's likely that we might increase the average cost of shell this year and have a smaller program in general. One thing that will be expanding is our eastern shore shell planting. There are some naturally occurring shell deposits on the seaside eastern shore that can produce, talking to the contractors, up to 100,000 bushels a year. We typically have been using 30 to 60,000 bushels, and we'll look at expanding the use of that resource this year to fill some of that gap, as well as increasing the likely floor of the amount of alternative substrate that we'll be planting. So you may recall that in the original plan, we don't necessarily want to plant a lot of harvest areas with alternative substrate, but we had that option. So again, we'll be utilizing that more this year. The biggest change for the seed planting program was initially the size of the program was going to be only 5,000 to 7,000 bushels. We're going to increase that back up to roughly that 20,000 bushel number here. And again, this was approved as part of the last ORP, but we were likely going to stick around this 5,000 to 7,000, and we're going to bump that back up to that 20,000 bushel amount, going to several locations, York River, upper Potomac tributaries, as well as the Rappahannock is what the intent is for that, rather than just doing a single hand-tong seed movement from the James River to the Potomac tributary. So we're going to be expanding that program back up to closer to its normal size, since we don't have those shells available for some of those locations. The biggest difference on the shell planting side is we won't have those reef shells available, so it's gonna be the largest quantity of comparable shells, lowest area dependent per unit price. So we try always, and will continue to do so, to plant the most shells for the least amount of state funding. But again, that's gonna be primarily those house shells and those dredge shells from locations on the eastern shore. And likely with the economy of scale, that price point might go up by as much as $1 a bushel, which does add up, but again, that's sort of what we're looking at with a smaller program, is a smaller program with a little bit higher per unit cost. And this is gonna be roughly about 1/3 of the size of the program that we typically have each year. And again, a lot of the previously approved plan was to focus larger quantities of shell on these new areas, expanding in Upper Rappahannock, Pocomoke Sound, and Blackberry Hangs, as well as expanding some intentional seed plantings at Jail Island and maintaining the Rexroll's Oyster Sanctuary. The shells really aren't gonna be available to do all of that, so we're gonna focus the most of this effort on the areas, in the harvest areas that are most in need of shell. And some of these other areas, we can utilize alternative substrate or stone to still do some of that work, just at a slightly reduced level. Again, as you may recall, the original plan that was approved had a significant cost range for the use of alternative substrate or stone. This is something that the Commission and the Shellfish Management Division has gotten very good at doing. We can plant stone on a very large level. We've planted hundreds, tens of thousands of tons of this material each year. Just in case anyone wants to ballpark it, roughly 87 tons of stone, give or take, is about equivalent of 1,000 bushels of shell volumetrically. The difference with stone is that it's not suitable for planting in all locations. It's not something that we'd want to go right into planting on top of a lot of these harvest areas. Shell is much lighter per area, I guess, per cubic yard, so it can stay on top of softer sediments. We have identified a number of locations that have, on the harder side of things, that are suitable, and we'll look at expanding some of those plants this year, as well as planting some existing harvest areas, primarily Rappahannock Area 2 with this substrate. As you can see from this picture, it works quite well. What you're looking at is number 57 stone completely covered in spat. So we've been doing this on a large scale for more than a decade now. We have the techniques, the amounts, the area's worked out pretty well. So we'll look at increasing this a little bit, not obviously utilizing the full amount of funding, but that funding does roll over. But again, this was approved, and again, we won't be reaching that upper limit, but we will be increasing this. But we're gonna focus that alternative substrate on maintaining sanctuaries in the Rappahannock River, previously permitted work in the Mobjack, and then looking at expanding areas that are suitable for that alternative substrate in additional areas, and potentially looking to expand what we have permitted for some additional testing this year. So it's another tool that we'll have, but again, it won't be fully utilizing all of our existing funding. Just again, in summary, this is what was approved, and this is what will likely be the range that we're doing. SMAC did make a request to limit the general fund spent for fiscal year 2027 to just $1.5 million. There's $4 million roughly, or $4 million allocated each year for this. The revised replenishment plan can incorporate this request, as well as utilizing other funding sources to complete the plan. So we don't have any need to spend that full amount this year. We'll likely only need to utilize that $1.5 million that SMAC requested, and there's other funding sources. That funding currently in budget language does roll over, so that could incentivize a private contractor to either more quickly reconstruct the shell dredge or another person to build one. We're exploring other options as well to get that back operational again, or other proposals. So that's where we are right now. Again, a curtailed plan, and it's going to be focusing on the areas most in need rather than focusing on those, as well as expanding those other areas. We don't need to approve any replenishment procedures or procurement procedures, so we're just asking that the Commission approve the modified 2026 oyster replenishment restoration plan. There may be some other questions. I'd be glad to take those at this time.
All right, thank you, Deputy Chief. Questions, Mr. Branson?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. Andrew, How long did they estimate this damaged dredge would be down, and what are we gonna do in the future for next year, the year after that, if that dredge isn't available?
Those are all very good questions. I think, talking to the contractors, they have every intention of constructing that dredge again or repairing it. I don't have an exact time frame. Talking to the person who built the dredge, it's one of those things where it depends. You either have something brand new that is much more expensive and takes longer, or you're utilizing existing equipment. The unique feature of the dredge isn't the actual dredge itself, those are fairly common. It's that sorting infrastructure. So there's plenty of dredges that can dig shell, there's just not many.
That'll sort it like that one does.
Right.
Yeah.
And Mr. Branson, I'll just address part of your question as well. As far as long-term planning and everything, that is something that's actually being addressed through both the agency and the administration now. We have some things that'll be coming later this year to start working on that. So short-term stuff this is right now the short-term Band-Aid. The long-term planning is coming.
Yeah.
So just for your benefit.
Thank you.
Any other questions you had, Mr. Erskine?
And forgive me, I wasn't here in the previous month meeting to discuss the original plan, but my question goes back to the original plan. Who creates or drafts the original plan, the ORP?
That's largely drafted by staff with input from the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee.
Okay, as a follow-up?
Yes, please.
So that plan changes every year according to goals set by staff originally? Or, I understand there's input from SMAC, but that kind of input from SMAC is ad hoc. It's after the plan, the draft plan is developed, to benefit everybody in the public fishery and kind of presented to SMAC. But how does that change every year? How is that determined, at the staff level, to go to this area, that area, with different seed and or shell?
Sure. So the areas that are replenished are based on our annual stock assessment survey conducted jointly with VIMS. And so we create a targeted list of the areas that are most in need of replenishment based on measured shell volume. So areas that drop below a certain level are targeted for planting and are included in the plan. Based on staff input and sort of history, there's areas that aren't suitable for planting with, say, the large shell dredges in Upper James, for example. So what we do is we take that 10,000 acres of survey data on multiple reefs and come up with a list of the areas most in need, and then we look at what the budget is, and then we present the areas that we target based on budget and areas most in need and areas that are suitable to SMAC. Then SMAC amends it or approves it as brought to the commission. So it's based on the survey and as well as available funding. And there might be some particular projects or grants or federal projects that come into what goes into that plan each year. But in terms of public replenishment of harvest areas and seed, that's primarily based on the stock assessment survey conducted annually, as well as for seed movement, primarily industry input through the advisory committee.
I have another question, but I'll pause until we hear some other discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'll just take point, Mr. Erskine, that from your question, I'll throw that in the mix of things we're going to be talking about over the next couple of months.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Any other? Let's start with Mr. White, and we'll go to Mr. Headley.
Oh, real quick, you mentioned number 57s. Is that river rock, is it crushed concrete or crushed stone?
We've primarily been planting crushed stone. We have done some river rock and crushed concrete as well. So really, all of the above is what we're permitted for, but we have usually found that the 57 crushed stone is the easiest to source a consistent, clean product. So that's primarily what we've used in recent years. But we've used river rock as well as crushed concrete as well.
I mean, there's a price differential on all three.
That is correct. And I mean, a lot of the price that we have is dependent on that transport cost, but no, understood that there is a price differential as well.
Okay. Mr. Headley.
We have been getting SBAC's recommendation when it comes up in front of the board. Is what you have changed SBAC, is that following SBAC's recommendation?
The SMAC had no recommendations to the draft plan that was presented or the revised, to the revised plan that was presented to them. Their recommendation was to limit general funds spending to 1.5 million. So there wasn't any modification to the revised plan that you see here by SMAC. It was just to limit that general fund spending to help incentivize the potential of that shelter edge returning or getting rebuilt.
Yes, please.
One more question. I know when I went back and read, it was, I think the requested amount to buy for house shell was at $3. Is there any way that we can raise that number from the $3 on up to like, say, $5? The reason I ask is because Maryland is getting a whole lot of our house shell right now, and they are paying considerably more, up to $8, $9 a bushel. I didn't know whether Virginia could make it more of an incentive to keep the house shell in state with, considering we have the money, we're saving a lot of money this year, considering we could do that.
So we did set the plan and we did give out notices to shucking houses, and all shucking houses that responded, the commission can take other action, I suppose, but that wasn't on the agenda. But I guess we can also put things out for bid and notice, so we don't necessarily have to use that set price if we're not getting the shell that we need. So we can still put out a request for proposal for planting a certain amount, and that allows us to either set the price after that has happened or to just take that higher price.
Okay.
Okay, and we can definitely take that into account for this year.
Well, being this year we have no shell judge, it looks like it would help in years like this.
Yeah, where we're competing with our neighbors to the north.
Yes, sir.
For our own shell. I get it. All right, any other questions? Mr. Erskine?
I do. I have a follow-up on the undersea transfer, James River. It indicates there's a new location in Jail Island that seems to be moved. Has that been tested?
In terms of the disease from that area?
A pathology report.
Pathology report, not that specific location, but we do take disease tests from Rex Shoals in that vicinity and other areas in the Upper James River. There'll be some disease samples taken just, in the coming weeks as well. So we can work closely with our colleagues at VIMS to make sure that we continue to move seed from like areas to like areas. So that would be the avenue that we would do there.
So there will be disease testing on this seed that would move?
That is an option that we can do, but there is disease testing for very near areas to where the seed is coming from there, both upriver and downriver.
Mr. Erskine?
Yes, sir.
That,
Yeah, thank you.
you're heading toward a recommendation on that? I
Sure
take it?
am.
I thought you were. I just want to make sure that's clear. Any other questions?
I have.
Mr. Hadley?
Are we having any public comment on this?
I'm going to take some.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting there.
Thank you.
I want to give you your shot first. All right. We're going to see if we have any public comment on this, and I'll probably have you back up, Andrew. Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item, modifications of the oyster replenishment plan? Yes, sir. Johnson. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'll swear you in for this since we're doing a vote on this.
Sir.
Solemnly swear the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir.
State your name for the record, sir.
Ben Johnson, I'm a working waterman and a member of the SMAC committee. And I would just like to speak, I guess, as a representative and on behalf of the SMAC committee. As Andrew said, we have developed over the years the largest in the U.S., if not in the world, restoration and replenishment program. And it is due solely to that piece of equipment. All our eggs are in that basket. And to clarify where SMAC left it at our meeting last week, because I made the motion was to spend $1.5 million this year on restoration and specifically earmark the remainder of the budget to incentivize, hopefully this company, because they have 2/3 of the pieces, but whomever, to come back with this piece of equipment and pick up where we left off before this accident happened at the beginning of the month. And it is, well, it is known that this is the only piece of equipment capable of doing this on the East Coast. Yes, somebody could build a new one. All of that's possible, but the committee felt very strongly that the incentive, the carrot needed to be dangled for someone to pick up this project and continue where we have gone. And everyone's seen them. There's hundreds of slides of where the oyster industry has grown in the past number of years, continues to grow. And up until this accident with the barge, that's where all the credit lied. And to abandon that project when the money is here, if there's $4 million in the budget, it leaves $2.5 million offer there to say the money is here, if you rebuild, we'll have it for you. You'll have the promise of work, you'll have the promise to recoup your investment. And that is what this H&L Contractors, I have spoke with them, and that's what this company is looking for. They are sitting on go, wanting to rebuild this piece of equipment. It's a major investment for them, and it's not their specific line of work, but it is something that they want to do because they believe in our program, they believe in the environmental stewardship that it provides, and all they ask essentially is that if they put the investment, they have some hope of recouping it by doing the work. Not of our adding investment or anything else, but simply by the guarantee that the work is here when they come back. And that's why I made the motion, and that's why the committee voted unanimously with one abstention to approve my motion.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate that. Is there any questions for Ms. Johnson?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So so far, I haven't heard exactly what's wrong with that equipment.
The barge
So
that-
I need to know numbers and times, so.
The barge that it stood on was destroyed when it ran aground.
So it needs to be disassembled and reassembled on a new barge, correct?
It has been disassembled and it just needs to be reassembled. Is my understanding from the conversation that I had.
What's the status? Has there been bids from people to do that work?
You would have to get in touch with H&L to find that out specifically. I know I was given the number of somewhere.
That's one possible yard, correct?
That's who owns the rig.
Okay, they're the owners.
Yes, sir, and I was given the number.
Very unique piece of equipment,
Very unique
too.
piece of equipment, and I was given the number by them between 8 and 12 million, depending.
To repair it?
Whether they could retrofit a barge or had to have a barge built. That was the number I was given.
Which
And
is
I'd
in
ask-
alignment with what I've also received, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Hand, I've also heard the same estimate separately.
Okay.
They're not asking for a partnership or an investment to the equipment, just the guarantee of the work,
A commitment.
the
Okay.
commitment on our end.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, are there any further questions from the board, Ms. Johnson?
What other state
Mr.
uses
White.
this barge,
No other,
this dredge?
no other.
Just us?
To the best of my knowledge, it was used last year in Maryland after it left us to pump sand on a beach for a couple, 3 weeks. But as far as shell dredging, I know in the distant past, it did some work for Maryland, but in the recent past, it's worked for the state of Virginia.
And the uniqueness of this dredge, and neither Mr. Budden or you can address this, the uniqueness of this dredge is, it is almost a one of a kind. I think I've heard of one other in China that's actually able to sort out the shells and everything, which, without destroying them. So it's not even a standard dredge as we operate here in the area. This is a very unique piece of equipment. It's been around for 40-some years, I believe, this particular one. And there isn't anything like it that we know of on this side of the world.
Do no other states dredge this, does do the
For
dredge?
fossil shell, we're not aware, unless, Andrew, you got anything on that, but I'm not aware of anything for fossil shell at the magnitude we do.
Maryland used to operate this same dredge initially, but they don't have any currently permitted sites to do this type of shell extraction. So we're the only state that I'm aware of that currently has a Army Corps permit to be able to do this type of work.
So,
And if I could, something else that
continue.
I just thought of when he mentioned having the Army Corps permits to dig. As he mentioned, those two deposits on the east side of Craney Island. In the January SMAC committee meeting, the urgency of getting them moved was addressed before they got covered up by the terminal, which is some more incentive to get this piece of equipment working because it's known it's a finite resource. There is but so much out there, and once it's covered by a shipping terminal, it's no longer at our use. So
Okay.
just wanted to add that.
Is there anything else? Mr. Johnson? Ms. Johnson, thank you for being here and providing that testimony. I'm probably, from my level up, I'm going to do a follow-up with you as well, so I appreciate it. Anyone else who wants to speak on this item? Seeing none, Mayor's back before the board. Any more discussion, or we want to offer a motion? Mr. Headley?
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, but could also put in there that we move the house shell price from $3 to $5.
You can put anything in the motion you wish, Mr. Headley.
So I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation, also taking the house shell cost from $3 to $5 a bushel.
All right, let me get a second, then I'm going to call staff back up for a minute. Can I get a second for the motion?
Second.
Ms. Edwards, thank you very much. Deputy Chief, I know you touched on it before, but just for the record, so with this motion, if it were to pass and we go from 3 to 5, what steps are you going to need to go through?
That would be really a approval of the procurement procedures, so maybe have a separate motion to sort of set that price at $5. It's at $3 right now. And again, just for point of clarification, that $3 is on the pile. The overboard price is more flexible than that, so that's just what checking houses who responded already, we could write a contract for that amount on the pile today. So that would change from 3 to 5 if you were making that motion.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
So that $5 would not be a set price, that's just if for the budgetary purposes. And then the pricing comes from bidding, is that correct?
Well, we have different procurement procedures for different parts of the plan. So for that specific question, right now, we have that price set to any shucking houses that responded that they have shells available. We can issue them a contract based on that, on the pile price, and then there's no bid for that price, but there is sort of a competitive negotiation on the overboard price. So that's what, if you're just selling your shells to the state, we can have a competitive negotiation with you to then plant your shells, or we can put something out for bid to plant someone else's shells. But that's what the on the pile price would be paid for the 40,000 bushels that has been already promised through those letters that were sent out last December. So that's just for that one piece.
Mr. Budden, so let's just say we had this happen, and we go to $5. We were talking about a $1.5 million proposed cap. So what does that 3 to 5 do if we stay at the 1.5 million cap?
I mean, likely that means that we're doing less potentially of something else. So that could be, that's increasing the price for shells that we already are gonna get. And it doesn't solve the problem of the shells that we can potentially get going out to bid. So it's gonna increase the price and likely lower the total amount of shells. So there's still already a mechanism to get more shells than are available through the normal procurement process. This just increases the price paid on the pile for the shells we're already gonna get.
Can I change my
Yeah,
motion?
you can amend your motion.
Amend my motion and to motion to accept staff recommendation. And then we really need to look at this on the shell pile cost.
And we can do that.
And I have no affiliation with the Oyster House, but this $3 per shell cost, I'd rather put that on my private shore, considering all the oyster houses have a lot of private shore, than sell to the state, when Maryland's gonna come and give me $8 on that same pile for that same shell. So I amend my motion, but we really need to look into that price to give the oyster houses a little bit more incentive to keep the state going.
I will add that also to the pending upcoming work that we will be doing this year, thanks to the shell dredge. Since this is amendment, the seconder agree?
Yes.
Okay, we have an agreement that we are now back to this staff recommendation. Mr. Brandt?
No, question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Erskine.
I'm wondering if Mr. Headley would consider a friendly amendment to his amendment and include a required pathology report on that seed that's moving from a new location in Jail Island?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the seconder agree to that?
Yes.
All right. I love how the process works. So we have accept staff motion to include doing the testing on doing jail, this is for Jail Island, right? Pathology?
Yes.
Okay. To include doing pathology test on Jail Island. Any other comments? All right, we'll call question. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions?
Yes, sir.
One abstention. Thank you, Mr. Erskine. All right, motion carries. Someone please let Ms. Kellum know she can walk back in the room. Well, First Sergeant, you just let her know, please.
No, sir.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate all that.
I'll be back later today.
I know you will be. Okay, let's see here, make sure we don't have a lunch call yet. We do not. So we'll keep moving on the agenda. This will be a public hearing proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC, Chapter 280 pertaining to speckled trout. We didn't get to introduce you this morning, did we? Is it official yet? Not, when, it's not official yet?
April 10th.
It's April 10th. Okay, I'll wait till April 21st on that.
So there's a little teaser for.
Yeah, we'll just leave everyone wondering until April 21st. All right,
No worries.
Mr. Simpson, proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. Are we past noon yet? Almost. Good afternoon.
Yes, we are.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioner, members of the commission. Just to reintroduce myself from last month, my name is Ethan Simpson. I'm currently the head of the Research and Survey Unit here at the Fisheries Division. I'm in front of you today to bring up a public hearing for the amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 280-10 pertaining to speckled trout. In particular, we're looking here at potentially a closed season in relation to the most recent cold stun event. We did see some of this background information last month, so I will keep it brief, but just a background on what cold stuns are and how they happen. So speckled trout and other finfish that overwinter within the bay and other estuarine environments, they are susceptible to these periodic cold stun events. These events are typically caused when water temperatures fall below a fish's thermal minimum, what they can actually survive long term. If those conditions persist, you do see mortality. There are two avenues that can cause this. You have a ice and snow melt, which can cause rapid drops in temperature, or you can have prolonged exposure to below average air temperature. That is that second option that appeared to cause the mortality event this year. We had that solid 2 weeks and some change of very close to freezing or below freezing temperatures that caused water temperatures to drop precipitously. These episodic events can range, can be just a handful of fish, and a few places to very far-reaching with many thousands of fish. It all depends on the conditions and exposure time. So this year, in 2026, we did begin seeing cold stunned fish beginning following those periods of very, very cold weather for about 2 weeks. The first report started coming in on the 3rd of February. We began by getting comments from the public as well as DWR, and then ultimately our own field staff began seeing them at other survey field work. Over the next week or so, for cumulatively about 2 weeks, we began to see these reports from various areas. You can see here on the map, those are 6 locations that we've confirmed, whether that was DWR staff or VMRC staff. I don't want to think that these are the only places where these fish, where mortality events occurred. It's very likely that based on conditions, these mortality was seen in multiple locations, but these are confirmed spots where we saw them. So yes, staff began observing high volumes of fish, chiefly around Rudy Inlet and Little Creek. DWR was the one that observed them up near the Ware River and Mobjack Bay. We have commercial watermen that saw sightings, and on the 8th of February received a letter from Visa citing social media posts and public observations of cold stun fish. To touch briefly on the commercial side of it, prior to the cold stun, we had received reports of about 40,000 pounds of fish being landed. This would have been in the fall of 2025 for the most part. But following that cold stun event, staff did call local buyers to see if any of these cold stun fish were being sold to them, and they were high enough volume that we did go ahead and close down the directed fishery for speckled trout on the 12th of February in anticipation of exceeding that quota. So on March 10th, following the last meeting, on March 10th, the Finfish Management Advisory Committee did meet. This was one of their agenda items. There was quite a bit of discussion about the evidence of the long-term effects of these, whether or not the severity could be quantified. Ultimately, a motion was made to recommend a seasonal closure from May 1 to July 1. However, this motion did fail with 3 in favor, 7 opposed, and 1 abstention. The motivations were that those in favor supported the motion as an effort to protect the stock during the 2026 spawning season. Those opposed cited a lack of empirical evidence that supported the notion that the overall stock was really impacted by these cold stun events. Specifically, members noted a lack of correlation between cold stun events and long-term changes to spawning stock biomass. To illustrate that, a little more in-depth about how we actually can and cannot account for these cold stuns in stock assessment management. So estimating mortality because of these events has proven to be very, very challenging. There is no concrete methodology to quantify the magnitude, the number of dead fish at the time of a event. That said, there's been efforts to quantify it after the fact. They've looked at tagging models, comparing harvest. We've looked at juvenile indices. Ultimately, it's proven to be extremely challenging to track how these mortality events impact the stock. You can see in the figure here, this was taken from the 2022 stock assessment. That is a figure of the spawning stock biomass going back to 1991 through the terminal year of the survey, which was 2019. All of the red circles on that figure are known cold stun mortality events. So as you can see, there was a period of low abundance through the 90s, followed by the excellent abundance that we've seen for the last decade or so. Periodically, these cold stun events has happened. I'll point out that the range from 1999 to 2004, 4 out of 6 years you had these mortality events, followed by a sharp increase in spawning stock biomass. That isn't to say the stock is not adversely affected by these. It's just difficult on its own to quantify ups and downs of this stock to these cold stun events. And better news, per the last stock assessment, the 22 assessment, that was the first assessment that was able to use a time variable natural mortality. And what we're attempting to do there is adjust that natural mortality, have it higher in the model during the winter months, knowing that these cold stun events are possible, that the mortality would be higher in the winter. Per this assessment, it was actually able to capture those signals. The model was able to capture these highs and lows in temperature and how they could relate to mortality. So when the final indication of the stock is not overfished, but overfishing is occurring, which is what the stock assessment said in 2022, it did take into account the existence of these cold stuns. And that's the first time they've been successfully able to incorporate that information into a stock assessment. The previous two were not able to include that information. So a lot of conversation also revolved around how do we create guidelines for this in the future? How do we respond in a future when obviously it's very complicated to quantify? At the time of our previous meeting last month, I did not have some information, but since then we've been informed that VIMS actually does have a process that will prove very useful for us in the future to track daily temperatures. So the figure you're looking at here is from the Virginia Estuarine and Coastal Observing System, VCOS. That is a observation system put on by VIMS that has multiple temperature, dissolved oxygen, salinity, just environmental readers throughout in shallow water areas, specifically shallow water areas that would be suitable overwintering habitat for speckled trout. So the image in front of you is from Gloucester Point. This is daily temperature data from fall of last year through mid-March of this year. So the dark blue line is the actual data from this year. The light blue bar is the long-term average. The yellow, orange-yellow line is that 41-degree 8-day exposure minimum. That would be the period where if the speckled trout were exposed to temperatures below that line for 8 days continuously, you would expect to see mortality. The red dotted line is the 24-hour threshold. That is a 37.8 degree threshold where you would expect to see, if the fish were exposed at that temperature for even 24 hours, you would begin to see mortality. So as you can see, as indicated by this figure, at Gloucester Point specifically, there was a period from late January through mid-February where we were not only below the long-term exposure minimum, we were below that short-term exposure minimum. We really hope to be able to use this tool in the future because the data is provided daily. We really hope to be able to use this information in the future to guide some of our management decisions and be able to act more preemptively. And currently, these are the locations where these receivers are located, these temperature loggers. Actively speaking with their program lead, we're going to explore the possibility of maybe moving one into Rudy or some other locations we think would be hotspots and continue to develop this as a tool that will be very useful for management going forward. That gets at, so if you recall last meeting, the three kind of metrics we use to gauge these types of events are scope, which is how far ranging, size, number of fish, and temperature exposure. This tool will be excellent for temperature exposure, but it still leaves the other two questions unanswered. So we've been working internally as well to develop a system where the public will be able to actively report to us fish kills. This is an active development, it's not a functional web app at the moment, but we're down to basically just figuring out how to store the data. This would be a very useful tool for us to answer the other two questions. Scope, we'll be able to see exactly where people are seeing these animals. And then size, because they have this option, staff will be able to respond and send technicians, send whomever to observe and attempt to count dead animals and try to get at that overarching question of how bad is one of these events. So we are actively working to generate tools that we can use for future management, and we look forward to having this available should these events continue.
Ms. Simpson,
Yes.
to stop there for a second.
Absolutely.
This reporting of fish kills is already assigned to the prep team with DEQ. In fact, all state fish kills have to go reported through them. That's our partner in the reporting. We actually worked with them quite a bit this winter on a lot of these.
Sure.
So will this interface or also direct people to go and do it through prep because their response team is actually the responsible party to collect all this information for the state?
That is active development, so we can very easily incorporate any sort of links that need to be done, or if that exists and serves the same function, we can just have links on our website, whatever sort of direction we need to add to make sure people know that that is an option and report to us.
Okay, that's something we can work between the two agencies on, so
Absolutely.
that's fun.
Absolutely.
Continue.
Sure. So this would be this is a draft version of the regulation as we advertised it. Fairly simple. It is modeled after the 2014 regulation when we also had a cold stun event, and we just modeled that language after that same one. So you can see there we add section D and including a seasonal closure in the size and possession limits.
Okay.
Everyone a moment for that. And then the staff recommendation on this matter is staff recommends that the commission consider amendments to Chapter 4 VAC, pertaining to speckled trout, to establish a closed period of recreational fishing in 2026 to protect the spawning stock. We have received 7 public comments on this matter. 6 public comments were in favor of the proposed regulatory change, and 1 public comment was in opposition to the wording of the regulation, but was not opposed to the intent. We made some changes to make it very clear that this would not impact catch and release fisheries, especially as it impacts like the Virginia Game Fish Tagging Program. We didn't want people excluded from that program or catch and release, so we adjusted that language.
Okay.
I'm happy to take any questions. I also, just to make it clear, I have draft motions if the commission is interested, but otherwise, happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions from the board?
No, just Damon, I'm wondering
Mr.
if Ethan's
Branson.
got a camera to see my notes, because he already fixed the wording.
All right, Mr. Erskine.
I just had a general question, not necessarily about the recommendation, I guess, but you had a graph up there with North Carolina data, I think it was 2019 to, or
It
no,
was 91 to 2019.
91 to 2019 time series. In the early time series, a very narrow confidence interval around those estimates, but it seemed to really get wide in 2019. There's a large spread in the standard deviation around those numbers. Just wondering why you think that is.
I don't have enough information at the moment to answer that question, I think, fully. I would imagine it has to do with data sources, that there may have been uncertainty in a data source that would have caused those types of intervals, but unfortunately, I don't have the specific answer for you at this time.
So it's not, just as a quick follow-up, it's not necessarily something to do with the spawning stock biomass, it's maybe more to do with the data?
More process, more
Okay.
management. Like I said, all stock assessments are an iterative process. This 2022 one, adding that time variable M, adding that, environmental factor could very well cause that kind of, I won't call it instability, but that same kind of, uncertainty. They evolve, and it may very well just be an evolution of that stock assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Branson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ethan, thank you. As a member of the FinFish Advisory Committee, I was, present for the discussion online. But, and I've talked to a lot of recreational anglers about this, and they all, after pointing out the original language, said, yeah, we don't want it to be, no catching. And so I support that. Most of the anglers I talked to weren't convinced either way to close it or not close it. And but I'm supportive of doing an April 1st to June 30th closure for the recreational harvest of speckled trout. They're a very resilient species. You shared last month and at the FMAC. They're very resilient species, grow very fast, and they do batch spawn starting next month to the end of August. So they recover very well, but I caution my fellow members up here that we'd be making a decision without any hard data. And it's not a slippery slope I'd like to get on with fisheries in general. I think, the staff in Fisheries Division does a fabulous job of providing us with enough scientific-based information and recommendation from VIMS on how to proceed. In this case, we do have North Carolina's past record, but I caution that our fishery and their fishery in terms of water, depth, area, very different than and they use temperature monitoring throughout the state, but it's I don't know how to say this, Ethan, I know you can. They use recorders, but it's not real time. They go out and download the data and then look at it and make a decision. However, this year, they made a decision before they ever looked at any data. Probably the right decision for them and their fishery. But this system that VIMS has, I'm very encouraged by it. If we can get more sensors, it would be more real time than what North Carolina is doing. But I do caution without having any kind of, science-based decision, that could be a problem. But I am supportive of a closure from April to the end of June for the harvest of recreational speckled trout.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Simpson? All right, we'll have it back up in a minute, probably, Ethan.
No problem.
Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor or against this? There is. I see 1, 2. I get a raise of hands. Who wants to speak for or against on this item? 1, you. If you both stand up, I'm going to swear you in where you stand, and I'll call you up individually just to save us some time. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, when you come to the podium, state your name, please. We'll start with you, sir.
My name's Bob Mandigo. I live in Virginia Beach.
Yes, sir.
I'm here representing Virginia Saltwater Sport Fishing Association. And we support the closure recreationally to allow the fish that survive the cold stun to have a breeding period and let the population regrow from that. And also, we have 5 of our affiliate clubs that agreed with that. The Virginia Coastal Fly Anglers Association, Great Bridge Fishermen's Association, Eastern Shore Anglers Club, the Northern Neck Anglers Club, and Tidewater Anglers Club. So
Okay, sir.
thank you for considering that. We hope you'll support it.
All right, sir, thank you. For any questions for? None, thank you. You can have a seat. Yes, sir, come on forward. And state your name for the record.
I'm Captain Chris Malgi, a full-time charter captain, focused on shallow water here all throughout Hampton Roads. I get Mr. Simpson actually stole a lot of the thunder with the points. The big thing for me was it did not seem like the FMAC was aware of the VECO system that VIMS has. We've got what I found is a considerable amount of support from the recreational anglers in order to close harvest and protect our fishery moving forward. And with the commercial season already closed, it seems like we can do what the will of the recreational angler is without some of the challenges that are presented with folks that are making a living out of this. Yeah, I strongly support suspending harvest along the date range that you guys recommended. The big thing for me is, this commission kind of gets hit with these things over and over. We are on the northern end of the speckled trout's range. We lose some fish year after year. These last 2 years have been very difficult. Luke Pensinger, who is the speckled or the spotted sea trout ambassador for the Department of Marine Fisheries in North Carolina, actually said that the years that they see the biggest challenges for recruitment and for citation numbers are following those back-to-back difficult winters, and this is our second difficult winter in a row. So again, I support it. What I'd like to do is suggest that the commission consider a motion of some sort to use that VECO system, use the science that we have access to in order to create a trigger moving forward. And I know that that's something we don't want to dump on y'all's folks who are already busy, but if we could take 6 months and say before this is a threat coming next winter, to have VIMS and VMRC work together in order to create a trigger that makes this an objective decision and doesn't have to fall back on the commission. I think that would be the best path moving forward, not only for the commission and the fishery, but the fish themselves.
Okay, sir, I appreciate, we'll take that under advisement. You can just see any questions from the board. Okay, thank you, sir, appreciate it. Anyone else? Seeing none. Matters before the commission.
I move to accept staff recommendation.
Second. And multiple seconds here, so Mr. Ransom, and I'll give Ms. Kellum credit on this one. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, state aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes.
Let me ask a question. This goes into effect tomorrow. How's everybody notified?
We will put some notifications out.
And
as soon as
our
we're done.
officers will show some discretion in education as well, so we'll get the word out on
I thought
that.
it'd be part of the Marine Police's citation program.
Yeah, but my grandkids fish off that dock in the Lynn Haven River. They're not going, unless I tell them, they're not going to know what he does.
I understand. We will get the word out, and I know our officers will definitely show discretion. I've got my colonel in the corner shaking his head. Yes, they will do education first, because we all understand about communication. With that being said, it is almost 12:30. Our lunch has been, is prepared. I'd like to take a recess for lunch. What does the board think? You want 30 minutes, 45? What's the prevailing one here? 30? All right. We will recess for 30. I'll make it 35, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. We're going, Lon. Thank you. Just want to make sure. All right. Next up, item 12, public hearing, proposed amendments to chapter 450 pertaining to taking a bluefish. Who do I have today? Kara, good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner and members of the commission. My name is Shakai Ragolf, and I'm a fisheries management planner with the MRC, and we'll be presenting this proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-450 pertaining to the taking of bluefish to increase the private and for hire recreational bag limits as a management option under the Interstate Fisheries Management Plan for bluefish. So the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council and the Atlantic State Marines Fisheries Commission work cooperatively to develop fishery regulations for bluefish off the east coast of the United States. Quotas and catch limits are set using stock assessments and updated through the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council and AFMC's management processes. The total allowable landings are distributed proportionally to recreational and commercial sectors, 86% for recreational and 14% for commercial of the coastwide fishery. So a 2021 operational stock assessment found the bluefish stock to be overfished with no overfishing occurring at that time. The assessment identified a decade-long decline in spawning stock biomass coinciding with an increased trend in fishing mortality. In response to these findings, in June 2021, the board and council jointly approved Amendment 2, the Bluefish Allocation and Rebuilding Amendment to the Interstate Fishery Management Plan for bluefish. The Amendment 2 updated the FMP's goals and objectives, implemented a 7-year rebuilding plan, revised allocations between the recreational and commercial sectors, established new state-specific commercial allocations, modified the quotas, transfer procedures between sectors, and then also updated how management uncertainty will be addressed. The 2025 management track assessment for bluefish concluded that overfishing was not occurring in 2024, and the stock was not overfished, but the stock had not fully rebuilt to the biomass target reference point. However, the bluefish stock has increased in spawning stock biomass over the past 5 years, coinciding with a decrease in fishing mortality. The short-term projections from the 2025 assessment indicate that the bluefish stock is projected to be rebuilt in 2025, ahead of the 2028 deadline. The next management track assessment, currently scheduled for 2027, will be used to assess if the bluefish stock has fully been rebuilt. Based on the positive stock status indicated in the 2025 assessment and associated projections, the board and council established specifications for the 2026 and 2027 fishing seasons. Those specifications include liberalization of recreational measures. As a result, states are now considering management adjustments, including bag limits increases that align with the updated harvest limits and rebuilding process. Since 2020, the recreational measures have included a 3-fish bag limit for private and shore-based anglers and a 5-fish bag limit for hire anglers. And the suggested measures for the 2026 and 2027 seasons would liberalize those limits to increasing to 5 fish for private and shore-based anglers and 7 for the hire anglers. So this slide shows the proposed amendments to regulation for VA 20-450-20. Specifically, the proposal would increase the recreational bag limit for private anglers and shore-based anglers from 3 to 5 fish. For the for-hire sector, the proposal would increase the bag limit from 5 to 7 fish. On this slide, the current regulatory language is shown, struck through in that light pink color, and the proposed changes are underlined in yellow. So staff recommend the commission consider amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 20-450 pertaining to the taking of bluefish to increase the private and for hire recreational bag limits as a management option under the Interstate Fisheries Management Plan for the bluefish. And staff has drafted 2 potential motions for the commission if they would like to see them.
Well, let's just get some discussion going first, but thank you, good job. Any questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Hadley.
Seeing that we are increasing the rec limit on bluefish, would the commercial quota be increased at the same time?
Currently, the commercial quota was slightly increased from what I see, but it is slightly increased.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
One more question. The private and the shore fishermen can only catch 5, and the for hire can catch 7 per person. Why such a big difference? It's still per person. Why don't we split them in the middle and give each of them 6?
That is an option with what we're making now. That is an option you can consider.
Now, hold up a second. Something doesn't sound right about that answer. I don't think private can go above 5 because the feds have set this. I was on the council that voted on that. So I think you need to recheck that. Recreational private angler, I think, is limited at 5 max.
Yes, that's correct. So
Okay.
you have from 3 to 5, and then, so you're saying at 6 even. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. But you can keep it at status quo if you would like for one to not be over. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, my question was, it's still the same individual. I can go today on my boat and catch 5, but I can go on a charter boat tomorrow and catch 7. I didn't understand the difference there. Like, what constitutes for hire to have a higher limit?
This goes back to something I know on most fisheries Virginia has avoided quite a bit, is sector separation issues. We usually, typically, except for this fishery and blue line tilefish, I believe, we have been pretty consistent in making sure all recreational fisheries abide by the same limits. But this has some history to it. I can't recall when we first put this in place for bluefish. There was some reason for sector separation to give the charter industry a little bit more of a bump, probably to help promote customers and such to come and be paying to be on a charter. But with that in mind, you do have some options here. We can go with one idea, which I know the council did approve, was you could go as high as the 5 and the 7. You could go 5 and 5, or some other combination, as long as we don't cap out in private anglers over 5 and for hire over 7. So we have options here, whichever way we want to go. You have a follow-up?
Maybe, maybe not. I just don't understand. I do get the point of trying to get the for hire boats more business or give it a little bit more incentive, but you're still talking about the same person.
I don't disagree with that one bit. That's why we have avoided this normally in this state, having this discussion, and this is a good reason why.
Yeah.
Mr. Ransom.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I'm not a fan of sector separation, especially between a recreational private vessel and a recreational for hire vessel. We do it with blue line tilefish, we do it with bluefish, it's the only 2 species that I'm familiar with. And it's driven federally, okay, I get it. We can always be more conservative than what they give us, but we can't be more liberal. We can't give them, more than 5 for recreational vessels and 7 for hire recreational vessels, as you point out in here. But I'm never a fan of the sector separation because it starts dividing the recreational community between the private anglers and the for hire anglers, and then you get in even more with the head boat operators. It's crazy. There's no point in it other than somebody at the federal level got this wild idea of a 3-5-7 for bluefish, for blue line tile, and, you know, I hope we can kind of put a stop on that. But we can always be more conservative on what the federal agencies allow us than, but we can't exceed what they give us.
Exactly. So, Mr. Hand, do you have something you wanted to say? I thought I saw your hand.
We're not discussing this yet, are we?
Yeah, this is a public hearing, even though most public is left. It is still a public hearing.
Okay, I thought people had a chance to talk and then we would.
Well, we can just go, I'm just letting you, if we have questions for her, take those now, and then I'll go and see if there's any public, and then I'll come back to you. You want nothing, anything else for staff? Okay, you won't be going far. Is there anyone here in the public who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none. Items before the board. Now it is here.
What I'm hearing is I think we're leaning towards making it even with whether you're a paying customer or working off your own boat or shore. I'd make a motion that we go 5 and 5.
Okay. I have a motion from Mr. Hand for a 5 and 5.
Second.
I have a second from multiple people. I'll give it to Mr. Branson. Any discussion on the motion? All right, I'm calling the question. All in favor of the motion for 5 private angler and 5 possession of 5 private angler and 5 for hire for bluefish, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Obviously, we're in the hurry-up part of the agenda today. Fisheries is always put in that position. Request for public hearing, proposal to amend chapter 950 pertaining to black sea bass. Ms. Galvin, good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Alexa Galvan. I'm one of the fisheries management planners at the BMRC. This is a request for public hearing on a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-950 pertaining to black sea bass to establish the 2026 recreational management measures for the species. So a request for public hearing isn't something that's come before this board for a while. It's used to request permission or guidance for advertising a public hearing. So this isn't a public hearing today to change the regulations. It used to be standard practice before all public hearings to amend regulations. We would ask, request for a public hearing in 1 month, and in the following month, hold the public hearing. It's now typically used for items the commission may want multiple discussions on, or to provide guidance to staff for the staff recommendation. So there's 2 items for black sea bass as part of this presentation. We're going to take them one at a time. So the first one pertains to the 2026 coastwide liberalization. As you can see from that drastically climbing graph, black sea bass currently stands the spawning stock biomass at about 2.8 times the current management target. So it is a very healthy stock indeed. As a result of that, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council voted to liberalize black sea bass recreational fishery coastwide by 20%. The board later clarified liberalizations by region to address perceived inequity in regulations. The southern region, which consists of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina north of Hatteras, were granted a 16.5% liberalization. So that's across all 4 of those states. On March 5th, the board approved 2 options for Virginia. So the current regular season, which excludes the February fishery, is May 15th through July 15th and July 27th through December 31st, with a 13-inch minimum size limit and a 15-fish bag limit. The 2 options Virginia can choose, which would contribute to that 16.5% liberalization, are May 1st to December 31st, 12.5-inch minimum size limit and a 15-fish bag limit, or Open earlier, April 1st through December 31st. Keep the size limit where it is at 13-inch minimum, and maintain the 15 fish bag limit. And all states must declare their chosen management measures by April 1st. Currently, Maryland and Delaware have chosen option 1. Virginia and North Carolina are still deciding between the two here. So staff requests the commission provide guidance on a preferred option to present to ASMFC. So here are the two options. At their March meeting, the Finfish Management Advisory Committee did vote to support the May 1st through December 31st regular season with the decrease to 12.5-inch size limit. And I can take any questions.
All right. And I'm just going to add on to something Alexis said. It's been a while. We don't do this very often anymore, like we used to do this all the time back in the day. This is a necessary step, working with council on this, because we have to notify SMSC by tomorrow the potential of what we're going to do. But we had no way of running a public hearing by today. So what we did was we'll do the request today. We'll basically be putting the guardrails on what we're going to advertise that will meet what ASMSC is expecting from us, so they can move forward tomorrow with what they need to do with the other states. And then we'll go ahead and take the formal action ourselves in April. But this allows the other states to do it, because all the plans from all the states are interwoven. So what Virginia does is tied to what New Jersey does, which is tied to what other states do. So everyone needs to know who's doing what by tomorrow, so they can get their regs in order this spring. So it's an odd step, unfamiliar to many, but this is actually used to be how this always operated. Every public hearing had to go through this process. So with that being said, Mr. Branson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alexa, thank you. The option 2 there is pretty much overcome by events. It's tomorrow. And our meeting to establish the regulations isn't for another 3 weeks or so.
3 weeks, almost exactly.
Yeah, so a lot of discussion with recreational anglers, and in my opinion on this, and it's more conservative. That May 1st to December 31st, I think the FMAC endorsed that, and the 15 fish bag limit we've had for a long time. One question is, when did we switch to 13-inch? How long have we been 13-inch minimum size? Do you recall offhand? I mean, this isn't a stump the staff moment, but it's been a long time.
I believe it was 4 years.
4 years ago?
I want to say 2022, we had to take a 20.5% reduction.
Right, yeah.
Which was mostly achieved through lowering the size limit and also by taking that little
Mid-season closure, yeah. I favor, as a recreational angler, I would not want to see us change from the 13-inch minimum size. Sea bass are probably, as a tagger, are about the most mismeasured fish in the ocean, because the fins, the filaments on the tail, as a tagger, I'll get fish that are, I measure at 13.5 inches, and in 3 days they get recaptured there at 16 inches, and so I have no doubt that small fish are being taken claiming that they're 13 inches because of the long filaments on the tail. I would favor not changing the 12.5, go to 12.5, but go to 13-inch minimum, the same size we've had for a long time, the same size we've had during the February special sea bass season, and not confuse anglers with changing the reg this year. Next year it might be something else. It's been 13 for a number of years. Just leave it at 13 inches. And the May 1st to December 31st is a good period. But I think 12.5 is really not necessary to do that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other comments?
A comment, and maybe a little bit of cheer too for associate member. I agree, 13 inches. I can't stand when we get down to the half inches. And if there's that kind of discrepancy between 13 and 16, definitely don't start building docks.
Yeah. It's just people don't understand really how to measure fish. Closed
Totally
mouth,
agree.
pinch tail, and then the that tail filament is just so long. Now, compare it with triggerfish, you measure the longest of the two, but you don't do with sea bass, so it just baffles, you know. It's the most, if you drag Matt Hargis in here with the tagging program, he could confess that I'm probably right on this one. They're the most mismeasured fish in the ocean. So, you know, 13 is what we've been used to. 13's fine. Point my two.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Hand and Mr. Headley.
A quick question. Is there any importance in us trying to be consistent with other states and with these committees? Or is it not that important as far as choosing one option or the other?
That is something that came up at our FMAC meeting. Some members did say they would support having consistent measures with Maryland. It's whatever state you land in, you would have to, and fish in, you would have to abide by the rules for that state.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with 13 inches, but I'm just wondering if it would cause problems, you know, being inconsistent with Maryland. And you know, it sounds like every other group so far has gone the other way.
So for clarification on that, I know where Maryland and Delaware are for our region. I know it's different size limits north of that. Has North Carolina declared what is in their range of consideration? Have they gone to the 12.5 or to the 13? Have they made that declaration?
I have not heard. Last I heard, they were, they wanted to see which way Virginia was going.
Okay, it's a good chance. I have suspicion North Carolina is going to fall wherever Virginia does. I have strong
The ports,
suspicion on
I
that.
mean, you look at the geography, you know, leaving out of Oregon Inlet, which is the first, you know, between Oregon Inlet and Hatteras, the only two Carolina ports that you'd leave and come back to. They generally wouldn't be fishing in Virginia waters, most likely, but the Chincoteague area, well, that's different. There might be some people out of, you know, some of the Maryland ports that fish down in our area, but maybe not in our state waters, certainly. They would go, you know, probably wrecks further offshore. I just think it's what we've had for a long time, and it makes sense, but, you know.
Mr. Headley, I had you next.
I'm good.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
All right, anyone else? Are you sure? Okay. Look, I have to make the call.
Do we have to give them two options or advertise for one option?
The advertisement is, I understand this, the advertisement being recommended from staff and everything would be the most liberal option, which means the commission can go more conservative than that. That keeps your discussion on 13 inches in play and your May 1st start date in play for that option. This is just what we advertise. So if we advertise the most liberal, which is 12.5, May 1, December 31, 15 bag, that doesn't take option 2 off the table for Virginia. And if we go back to that option in April, all it means is Virginia's being a little bit more conservative than some of our neighboring states, and nothing is hurt, it doesn't hurt the fishery. So we could end up still aligning with Maryland in 3 weeks in Delaware, or Virginia could do something different, as long as it's within that realm.
Well, then, I mean, we can't institute a regulation tomorrow. So would you put May 1st to December 31st at 13? Option 2, May 1st, December 31st, 12.5.
We do May 1 to December 31 at 12.5. Hearing y'all's discussion about May versus April, unless you want to throw that in the mix, but I don't think that we have anything.
Well, it's impossible for us to do option 2, because the earliest we could set a regulation would be May 1st.
Well, we can just open in the advertisement a little bit more. What's in the advertisement currently? Because it's got to go out. Yeah, it should actually, already should be out.
It didn't get updated on this version.
So what's in the advertisement that was sent to the newspaper is no less than 12.5 inches. That allows this commission to do 12.5 and allows 13 as well. The other thing that we've talked about with April 1st, this is not just a 2026 season. This will be in there for 2027 as well. So although we will not be able to really be able to harvest in April as has come up, it'll be in place for 2027 for a start.
But does the advertisement include that ability?
Yes.
Okay, that's the question.
Yes.
Okay, so it does include the ability to still consider that. the way they have it written, going out to public notice. Okay,
It says establish the recreational management measures,
so it's open-ended.
including no less than 12.5-inch minimum size limit.
Okay. That's fair. Does that answer?
So whatever we present to ASMFC, we couldn't go earlier or a lower size limit.
Okay. Let me see, I gotta do this, looking out the audience. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor or in opposition for this request for public hearing? Because we'll just make this clean. Seeing none, okay, now before the board. What would y'all like to do with this? You'd like to keep it to what staff's advertised, y'all?
I would move to, go with May 1st, December 31st, 13-inch minimum, 15 fish bag limit.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
That is a motion. All right, and this is what would be considered at the April meeting. Remember, this is just a request. This is not the actual public hearing.
And you know what, let me amend that, Patrick, if you would. Two motions, both the same period, one at 12.5, one at 13. Instead of April 1st, it'd be May 1st on option 2. That allow the public to provide some public comment and say, hey, do we want 12.5? Do we want 13? Personally, I prefer 13, but it gives some options for the public to comment on it and give the staff and the commission some guidance. So that would be my motion.
Just a second, modify.
Okay, so basically, the way they have their advertisements, good.
Yeah.
But we are saying right here for the advertisement for April, just what we're gonna put up for staff is we're gonna be no earlier than May 1st.
Right.
Everybody clear on that? Chief, looks like you have something you wanna say. Just remember, the board can do this.
The advertisement for the newspaper has already been sent. It is already set to, and it allows all the way to the April 1st date. So it allows for the 12.5 and the 13 and allows all the way to April. So that's the way the newspaper is written to give this commission next month the ultimate latitude.
However, if we
That's not what he said before.
present May 1st to ASMFC, we could not go earlier than
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna clarify. This isn't about the advertisement, it's about what to present to ASMFC.
That is correct.
Okay, I understand.
And this affects next year's season as well, so to keep in mind about the April 1st, no, we're not gonna meet tomorrow, but we would have it all in play for April 1st, 2027.
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right.
So what the staff is looking for is guidance on what to present to ASMFC.
In terms of one or the other? Or both?
A mixture, it sounds, what I'm hearing from the board is a mixture.
Because there's a motion on the table that's been seconded.
I mean, are we willing to, so here's my question to the folks that made the motion. And second, why would we take a fishery away from the public in 2027, a month away from the public next year?
When is the last time we've opened before May 1st? Long time.
later than 2009. I can't speak to.
It's not like we're taking something away, we just hadn't had it in a long time.
Well, I mean, so what prevents it from
Usually
happening?
it started May 1st or May 15th, and the federal agencies adjusted it a few years ago to May 15th to coincide with blue line tile season, which is only 6 months now. May 15th to November 15th. Alexa, jump in anytime. And so we adjusted the season to May 15th to coincide with the opening of blue line tilefish, because if you catch one, you can likely catch another. In 300 feet of water, you're you're killing fish if you have to release them. So, you know, that's another discussion that she's gonna bring up next is, you know, payback for February. But, you know, so keeping it May 1st to December, that allows us to have a blue line tile season same time as black sea bass. You know, but I can't recall a time that we've gone earlier than May 1st in a long, long time.
So the newspaper ad's already gone out.
Yes, but the newspaper
So-
ad allows for both of these options.
If we chose number 2, that would conflict with the newspaper ad.
No, sir. It would, the newspaper ad would allow for number 2.
The newspaper ad, either or.
Correct.
We could choose option 2 and then still, April 21st at their meeting, decide we want May.
As a start for
As a
2027.
start.
It'd be more conservative.
Sir?
Yes, we
Yes.
just
It'd be more
couldn't change
Yeah.
the size limit because then we would be out of compliance with ASMFC.
I guess that's to my point. Why limit to, at least if we're looking for public comment on this, maybe in a month from now, why limit them and steer them just to what it was? Because that's all that it is. It'd be May 1st to December 31st with a 13-inch minimum size and 15 fish. What have we changed other than allowing it to be open continuously from May 1st to the 31st of December? That's really the only change, right? And if we're looking for to be able to increase for the general public, the recreational fishermen, of a 16 point whatever % increase for the state of Virginia, I think, or for a couple of the states, whatever that was, how does that account for roughly that, just in that alone?
The fishery would be opening earlier, either
Sure.
way. Option 1 would open the season 15 days earlier, in addition to opening the mid-season closure.
Right.
The April 1st option would open a month and 15 days early.
I totally get the bycatch. If you're catching one, you might catch the other, and you're going, I got that big deal when it comes to striped bass, just commercially. But I totally get that, and respect that. And so if you're going to be out there catching one, you should be
Well,
able to catch both.
that's for the offshore guys. If you're fishing the offshore wind turbine area or the Triangle Rex or something like that, you're not gonna catch blue line tile.
I just want to clarify.
Please.
On number 2, April 1 through December, if we want the 13-inch minimum, we need to go the April 1 to the December 31st.
We could do either season with a 13-inch minimum because it's more conservative.
Okay.
You can give more days, but the minimum size has to be up a little bit,
Yes.
right? In order to not go beyond the 16 point whatever % increase that we're allowed.
I just don't want to make it confusing for the public.
Yeah,
I
sure.
mean, if we're confused, how's the public going to be when it comes out? So I want to make it parallel to what we're asking them to vote on.
Well, they don't need to understand necessarily the background. They need to understand that we were given a 16% increase allowable, and here's how this boils out. We need to present an option. I think that's the most honestly liberal, and to a fisherman, a half inch isn't that big, that isn't that liberal. Give me more days on a calendar is, to be able to do that fishery.
What's the original motion?
Let's bring some.
The original motion is May 1 to December 31st at 13 inches. Is limited to that for the April hearing with the public.
But then how do we get around what has already been put in the newspaper?
Down to 12.5. Just means it's, if public shows up here and they want to comment on 12.5, the board's going to explain to them the board decided in May 31st that you're only going to get to talk about 13 inches. Alternatively, if the maker's of the motion would consider, if we let it go for advertisement, understanding the concerns have been voiced at this table, your intent at 13 and May 1 to December 31 is still valid in April when we have the actual public hearing. Nothing changes. You still can do, you can still adopt that, because either way, you're gonna have to have a motion at that meeting to adopt it. This motion doesn't trump that motion.
I can put that in a friendly amendment.
I'm not, well, we'll see if we can get a friendly amendment on this, but we'll leave that to the makers.
Why don't we just wait till next month and deal with it then?
Because we have to at least officially say something to ASMFC, and I need the board to at least weigh in that we're not gonna do anything beyond the options. Because this board does have some ability to go beyond the options, and I'm trying to avoid that. We got put in this because of a timeline that doesn't work for hardly anyone, especially with the way our system is. It's a timeline that led to this. It wasn't of our making, we're having to deal with it. If I could have given us one more month, this wouldn't even be an issue. But it has been hurry up on this topic. So you have a friendly amendment you'd like to talk to the motioner about?
It was what you just said.
Okay, fine. So friendly amendment is they'd like to go ahead and just have the ability to advertise at 12.5, May 1 to December 31, and then we hash this out at April. Is that agreeable to the motioner and the seconder?
Understand, it's just what you have up there. Your
Or
friendly
just,
amendment
or you
is
can
to
adopt
go,
what if you can adopt both of those are still on the table for April, that simplifies it.
is that what the friendly amendment is? Is to
Friendly amendment is to,
accept staff recommendation?
yes, sir.
Advertise.
Yes, advertise staff recommendation.
And these will be the two options for debate.
Okay, I would.
I thought-
Please, help us out, Kelsey.
I thought these were already advertised broadly so that
You can do
whichever the board chooses now, or the commission, I'm sorry, chooses now, could be discussed at the April meeting. Please stop me if I'm going off course. What staff seems to be asking right now is, what are we presenting to ASMFC? So we have option 1 or option 2. As far as I can tell, the question is, do you want a locked-in higher minimum size with option 2, but the option to give more time? Or do you want to lock in the time and have the option to make a more conservative minimum size from 12.5? So we're locking ourselves into either date or minimum size, because we can't go like less conservative once we tell ASMFC what we're doing. So that's, I think that's what is happening.
Yes, and if the motion is May 1 to December 31st at 12.5, we could bring that to ASMFC, and in April, the commission, the board could still decide between 12.5 and 13 inches.
That's where we are right now with the motion.
Yeah,
But we couldn't back down to April 1,
No.
correct?
not this year.
Well, and I think not for
The following year
2027
Right,
either,
'cause this would
right?
have to go through
This would have to go
ASMFC.
through,
Yeah, this is for both years.
This would be, the earliest probably would be at least 2028 before you could adjust the dates.
But the way the advertisement is currently, had to go out to the paper because we're on a timeline.
Yep.
Is allows you to consider both of these options currently on April 21st.
The only things restricted by the advertisement would be to do
Lower than
a
12.5.
12-inch minimum.
Right, we can't go lower than 12.5 is what it's locking us in on with these options.
Correct.
So option number 2 would be the most liberal. It would allow at the April commission meeting for you to move from April to May. And would also allow you to go down to the 12.5. It is the most liberal option.
But then we'd be out of compliance with the
I-
planning council.
can you go down to 12.5 if you tell ASMFC you're gonna be at 13?
We could, but we could be found out of compliance and have our fishery shut down.
Well, let's not get too dramatic.
What if, here's a theory, what if they decided they do April 1 to December 31 right now with the 13-inch minimum? What if in April, they decide, we're gonna do May 1 to December 31, but lower it to 12 and a half?
We would have to go back to ASMFC.
Okay. So so you have to choose either one or two. And so you have to lock yourself in either to time, starting in May or starting in April, or size.
We can't say we are still looking into both options.
I mean, Joe can tell me if ASMFC will accept, we're still looking into both options.
I mean, both options are within the 16.5% increase. So it's not like we're doing something that ASMFC has not asked us to do, or.
As long as we stick to these two options, and if we tell ASMSC tomorrow, we go, whichever one is the most conservative, that's as far as we will go. They can tell the other states to do what they need to do. If we come back in April and take the one that goes the opposite direction, it's not the most conservative, it's the most liberal of the two, we're fine. We're perfectly fine. We just can't go more conservative than whichever one of these two is listed as the most conservative in the math. And the math is, we're talking percentages, points of percentages. So, and you identified which one is the most conservative? Option 2. So.
No, that's longer period and
I
bigger
don't have that
fish.
I thought 1 was the most conservative.
I don't have that information.
Oh, you're talking about percentage-wise?
Yeah, well, it affects New Jersey, which is hanging on every word right now on what we choose.
New Jersey has already chosen their option.
They've got one?
Yes.
What does it do in playing us?
It allows both.
It allows for both, so we're good.
Yes.
So we can have these two in front of us in April, and won't affect any other states.
Okay,
I understand.
Well, there's the answer.
there's the answer.
So we can have this debate in April.
Yeah, so the commission can just say, yeah, we'll pick between one of these two in April,
That was a friendly amendment.
so.
We good?
I'll agree to staff's recommendation of
Mr. Hand, agree?
Yes.
We'll
Yeah,
we'll
leave it
hash
open.
this out in April.
Yeah, leave it up.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Carried? That's why we don't do these anymore.
Oh, but now here comes,
All right, so we're moving
Part
on
2.
now to the February black sea bass season.
AKA the payback.
Every year, National Marine Fisheries Service agrees to open federal waters in February to a recreational black sea bass fishery under specific constraints that states have to opt into. One of these constraints is we have to pay back through adjustments to the regular open season any fish landed in February. So we can open February as long as the year ends up landings neutral. Virginia has participated in the February recreational black sea bass fishery from 2018 through 2021 and 2023 through 2026. It's a fairly popular fishery, especially with the charter industry, who doesn't have a lot else to go out for that time of year. For our fishermen participating in the February season, there is a mandatory recreational species permit and reporting requirements, and there's monitoring requirements to quantify the effort and harvest from that season. So the ASMFC Summer Flounder Scup Black Sea Bass Board approved Virginia's request for February 2026 season in December of 2025. So here's a chart of landings in the February season. 2026, we've ended up at about 33,532 pounds landed, which is 19% higher than 2025. It's the second highest after 2023. So here's the seasons by the numbers. We had 284 permits issued, 151 reported trips. From those trips, we landed 14,883 fish, using an average size sampled by Virginia's MRIP staff We arrived at 33,532 pounds. And of those 284 permittees, 79% have submitted reports. So this is kind of a visualization of that. We had 284 permittees with a 79% reporting rate. 73 of them reported trips, and 153 reported no activity. In 2026, those 151 trips carried 1,357 anglers, and harvest per trip was about 100 fish. And if you consider 15 fish bag limit, kind of gives you an idea of anglers per trip. So in order to do the payback, we have to reduce our regular season to account for 33,532 pounds. So using a methodology which has been previously approved by the Summer Flounder Scup Black Sea Bass Technical Committee, we calculated a daily harvest rate from MRIP, the recreational survey. If we were to close the season in May or June, we would have to close 10 days. In July and August, we would have to close 9. September and October, we would have to close 5. And November, December, we would have to close the entire period and then some days in October. On March 10th, FMAC voted unanimously to recommend closing the season for payback starting May 1st. So staff requests commission guidance on the preferred option to present to ASMFC. And then to cover both items today, staff requests the commission approve an April public hearing to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-950 pertaining to black sea bass to establish the recreational management measures for sea bass, for black sea bass.
Alexa, question,
Yes.
especially after the last discussion we just had. The 10 days being recommended in May through June, I saw the recommendation was on there for May 1st from FMAC. Of course, we haven't set that yet. But it could be any 10 days in the month of May and June, correct? I mean, let's just say we're not at May 1 for some reason, but it could be any 10 days within those 2 months we could
That's
pick.
correct. So for the
Okay.
last 2 years where we had that mid-season closure, we appended the February payback to the mid-season closure. Prior to that, we typically closed starting June 1st. That was FMAC's recommendation because other fisheries were opening up at that time. So the season was May 15th through May, to the end of May, and then from some date in June through the end of the season. So it can be any time, any dates within there.
Does it have to be consecutive days?
It would be advised as shorter closure periods can increase angler uncertainty, maybe unintended breaking of regulations if they don't know when the days are, but it is an option.
Okay.
That's Commissioner, that's the trouble with the mid-season closure. Stop, starts.
Yep.
You know, and I've known a few recreational anglers that's run into that.
I believe council and commission guidance in the past has been the shorter a closure, the more uncertainty there is about it.
That's it. All right, go ahead.
But FMAC's position was just taking in May 1st, trying to avoid the closure overlap with blue line tile, sea bass. If you do it after May 15th, you know, guys who go offshore to fish golden tile, blue line tile, they're likely to catch black sea bass in 300 feet of water and kill them.
Okay.
A lot of them, so.
Any other questions from the board? Any comments from the public for or against on what we're doing here? Seeing none, let's keep it at the board. What are you looking for exactly, Alexa? Just for,
If the commission has a recommendation on which period or which dates they would like closed, any guidance would help.
May, June.
okay, you want to make that a form of motion?
Motion to approve a May, June closure of 10 days.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Headley, second, I believe, from Mr. Erskine. Any discussion on the motion?
Actual date on it, or just leave it open?
I think the actual date will be discussed next month.
Yeah, we gotta figure out what we're gonna pick in April before we can set that. Isn't that correct? Or do you
Not
need it?
necessarily. If we opened April 1st, then if we opened May 1st and started the payback May 1st, then we would have no mid-season closure. If we opened April 1st and then started the payback May 1st, then that would be considered a mid-season closure.
So the recommendation would be, if I read that correctly, you're saying, do we want to just go ahead and say May 1 to May 10 and be done with it? But this is still a request item, correct? Because it's
Yes.
not an independent agenda item.
Correct.
Okay, so if we said we'll target at our April 21st meeting 10 days in May and June, then we'll set the date in that meeting. Are we good?
Typically, we have provided the National Marine Fisheries, ASMFC and the National Marine Fisheries Service with which specific dates. But as long as they are in that time period, it would be using the same methodology.
Same wave data.
So I don't foresee a problem with the technical committee or board approving it, but it's not something we have done previously.
Well, the board's not going to meet again until when?
Usually they approved it by email.
Okay. And we're going to vote on this on April 21st.
It's 3 weeks.
You think we might, I would assume as a commission and a council member on those other two bodies, I would hope that we would be somewhat lenient on Virginia, considering the timing.
That's usually, it goes to the technical committee for a week or a week and a half, saying, does anyone have any concerns with the methodology used? And then after the technical committee gives their approval or lack of disapproval, it goes to the board for, does anyone have a concern with Virginia's proposal?
I'm not aware they've scheduled a board meeting or vote in the next 3 weeks.
It's usually by email. Staff sends out our
I'm
memo.
not aware they've even done that. So,
We haven't provided them with a memo yet. It's been pending this decision.
problem with the request for public hearings is also it's not allowing the public. And that's where the problem I have with this. This timeline has really not been good for us this year. Motion is currently to take 10 days out of May and June to be set on April 21st.
Correct.
And seconder agrees? I'm assuming the seconder just walked out.
Yeah, he just stepped out.
Is there any other discussions on that motion? I'm gonna need to wait for the seconder to return, unfortunately, so please stand by. Stand by, we're trying to figure out something here.
while we're talking, if I could ask you a question about the, how vessels that fished our waters landed in Virginia, like vessels from Maryland, for instance, or Delaware, who fished perhaps in the EEZ, left out of Chincoteague or Wachapreague or Rudy or wherever in Virginia, that out-of-state registered or documented vessels with out-of-state hailing port, how they're accounted for, they count under Virginia's quota, correct? I mean, they got a vessel permit.
Their landings are part of what we are paying back, yes. Because it was all fish landed in Virginia.
Yeah, because they fished under our permit, our vessel permit, even though they came in from somewhere else, you know, okay.
Alexa, the advertisement that's gone to the paper, does it also include this item?
Yes. It only says, unfortunately, we don't have the most current language on here. This was, this slide was not updated, but it's amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-950 pertaining to black sea bass to establish the recreational management measures for black sea bass, including a minimum size limit of no less than 12.5 inches. So all we say is establish the recreational management measures. That covers both the regular season, the new regular season, and the February payback. This is language we have used in the past.
Apologize for the pause. Council and I had to work through this. The motion is in order. And so the motion being that we will consider dates within the months of May and June for the 10-day closure. So it is in order. And we have a motion and second. Any other discussion?
Just to be clear, it's any day is chosen in those 2 months?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that will be decided April, as has been duly advertised by staff.
Correct.
So with that said, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, item 14, emergency regulation. We get the gamut today. Proposed emergency amendments to Chapter 720 pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest. I'm sure that's a typo.
All right, restrictions, I don't know.
It's a double restriction. It doesn't sound very, very friendly. Take us home. Let's get this last one done.
All right, we're not changing the cull size to 2 inches and 7/16 or anything like that. All right, again, a little bit of deja vu again here, but this is, as was just stated there, this is a proposal to adopt emergency amendments to Chapter 4, 720 pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest, just to adjust the 2025-2026 public oyster harvest seasons. You may recall that this is an emergency request, so here's the code language that specifies that the commission needs to determine that there's an emergency and then can promulgate those regulations, and they're in effect for 30 days. A little background on this request. At the SMAC meeting last month, there was some public comments that came into staff, and then we add that as an agenda item from harvesters and a few buyers requesting that SMAC discuss season extensions in 2 areas. Those areas were the Upper Rappahannock River, Area 9, and the James River. What you're looking at here is just a map of all the open harvest areas. This is the season as approved there on the left, and an emergency that was approved last month just for reference. Again, those came to SMAC and they had a motion that was passed there to extend that single area in the Upper Rappahannock to April 30th. The same reasons for this extension apply, that there were depressed market conditions related to ice that we discussed last month. And there was also depressed market resulting from, just that decreased harvest activity. So depressed market and ice were the factors that decreased harvest there. And that request was, again, to extend just that one area in Area 9 of the Rappahannock. It was also brought up potential extensions in the James River, but there was no motion made at SMAC to make any extensions other than that. This area is open only to harvest by hand tongue, which is a lower impact harvest gear compared to other areas. So there's relatively little impact from that gear. Only about 9 or 12 individuals have been working that area for the season. The area in question, again, is the Upper Rappahannock right here. So this is Area 8 that was reopened last commission meeting. It's now closed. And Area 9, which is scheduled to close today, if the commission takes emergency action, would stay open through the month of April. And are these areas upriver in the Rappahannock, up towards Tappahannock, but above Area 8, and again, only to hand tongue. And that is the request that's before us today. Again, there's the language for the commission's reference. This would be in effect only for 30 days and would go into effect tomorrow. And staff is requesting that first the commission determine that there's an emergency, and then if it is determined there is an emergency, that they take action to address that emergency through this proposed regulatory change. I'd be glad to take any questions if there are any, but again, the reasons are the same as last month in terms of this area being impacted by ice and depressed market conditions. And it's just a single harvest area that was requested by SMAC, open to hand tongs in Upper Rappahannock.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Ms. Erskine.
Yeah, so I understand, the ice situation, that's gone. We don't have ice. How has the market condition improved? Where are these oysters gonna go?
That, again, is something I don't have exact information for. My understanding, it's all sort of anecdotal, that the harvesters feel that they have market, and that was where the request came from. So it was a handful of folks that are currently working there now. There are still areas that are open to harvest in the James River, but presumably whether or not there's market is something that I couldn't say definitively one way or another. They believe they would have market. That's why the request has been made.
As a follow-up, sir?
Please.
So the other report that I've heard many times is that the Upper Rappahannock has very poor meat conditions.
Heard the same.
So why are we requesting an area that has poor meat conditions and the market is not strong? I don't really understand why we're here. Maybe there'd be some testimony. I wasn't here for the last month's commission meeting, but it seems counterproductive.
Again, I guess the request came from industry, so I can't speak to the meat quality. But there seemed to be market for the Area 8 oysters when that was extended, and this is a request for the area further upriver. But again, I can't attest to the quality of these areas.
Okay. And Andrew, I'm assuming the request for emergency is under 210, I take it under the protection of the seafood industry. Is the argument being made here?
Yeah, that's up for the commission to determine, but that was the request that, be made similar to what was adopted
Well,
by the commission.
you talked to the requester, I didn't, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that it was basically to protect the seafood industry and same
Okay,
market conditions. Yeah.
thank you. I just want that for the record. Okay, any other questions? All right, don't go too far. Anyone in the public wish to speak on this matter? No? All right, matter before the board. What's y'all's thoughts on this? Based on the testimony, if we deem it as an emergency, the only thing I've heard so far under protection of the seafood industry, which is a valid reason, it's listed in the code, so it's fine. But there's no one here to speak to this, which is a little concerning for me. I'm sorry, Mr. Erskine.
So, and I understand, you know, you need to cite this reason and everything. I don't have a concern about the resource itself. I mean, clearly, there are a lot of oysters in the Rappahannock River. I think that's a good problem to have. And we've made that clear that the restoration replenishment has been successful. I guess it's pretty well known that, you know, markets have been difficult, and that's because of a number of different factors, but here we are requesting this to be open again. It's hand tong and it's abundant resource. I don't think those are issues. I just worry about the citing, you know, poor market conditions. That hasn't really changed. If there is market out there, then that's great. I wouldn't be hurt, you know, opening that based on the resource availability. But this is for the entire month of April, is that correct?
That's correct.
Usually we see maybe a 2-week, you know, extension, things like that, so.
There's a 30-day request. Okay. Any other comments? We can have a motion to direct this, or there can be no motion and this thing dies at the table.
I guess I have one more follow-up question. You indicated SMAC had this request. Was it unanimous?
Yes, no, it was, I believe, a unanimous vote there, and the one commercial waterman did show up and make that request directly to SMAC as well. So that was what came through there.
Okay. Else on the board on this? Anyone want to do anything with it or not?
What's the extension length? How long are they extending it for?
They're asking for up to 30 days. Mr. Edley.
I have to agree with Associate Commissioner Erskine. Most of the time, their extensions are 2 weeks. They're asking for 30 days. I would be willing to make a motion to extend it 2 weeks, because I think the market is gonna dictate whether they work or not. If they don't work, it's a benefit to us. If they do work, it's a benefit to them. So motion to extend 2 weeks, which would.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order?
You have to have a motion and acceptance that an emergency condition exists that permits us to establish emergency regulations first.
Okay. You want to try that one first? You want to go ahead and declare it an emergency?
Do I need to, so what I?
Motion, it'd be a motion.
Emergency motion, or
Yeah, it'd be
motion
a
to make an
motion
emergency
determining,
regulation?
yeah.
So redo a motion, then I make a motion to make an emergency regulation to extend Area 9 hand tong season for 2 weeks.
I think you just do the emergency part first, declare that there's an emergency. So you can do it. Let me try and help you out here. Pursuant to 28.2210, you are wanting to motion that under the provisions of protection of the seafood industry, an emergency exists. Is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second?
I'd second it.
Mr. Preston seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question on the motion considering whether this is an emergency or not. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No.
Do roll call. Mr. Hand?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Kellum is absent. Mr. Erskine?
No.
Mr. Bransom?
No.
Mr. Headley?
Yes.
Ms. Edwards?
Yes.
Mr. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. White?
No.
The ayes have it, 4-3. All right, now to your other motion.
Would that still have to consist of an emergency in it?
We've declared the emergency, you can reference it, but we have declared it. So if you want to
Make a
emergency
motion.
measure for 15 days, or however you want to do it.
Well, it would be for 10 working days, so
You want for 10 more? Okay.
10 working days, 2 weeks' work. Would put it to the 14th. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of head bobs from staff, so it sounds like April 14th is the date.
Yeah.
Winter.
Motion to extend Area 9 under emergency regulation hand-tone until April the 14th.
14th. Motion by Mr. Headley. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Mr. Preston. Thank you, sir. Any discussion in the motion? Seeing none. Anyone in public wish to speak? Seeing none. Calling the question. All in favor of the motion to extend Area 9 to April 14th, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nope.
You're gonna make me do roll call again, that's fine. Mr. Hand?
Yes.
Mr. Erskine?
No.
Bransom?
No.
Mr. Headley?
Yes.
Ms. Edwards?
Yes.
Mr. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. White? Thank you. Motion carries 4-3. Is there anything else to come before this board? Seeing none, we will stand adjourned until April 21st.